Balance, very expansive with you wherever in the world you are today. And I want to welcome you back once more again to the healing space. This is your healing space, a space that we have ultimately cultivated for each other to demystify the illusion of health and support each other as we go through this human existence of a lifetime. Welcome back. We're technically here for quite some time last night. We delve into some deeper levels of information, right? So we're going to keep to build upon this energy tonight. I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to be pulling an all-nighter though. Okay, I don't think I'm going to do an all-nighter. So we're probably going to do around an hour or 2 hour. Then I'm going to get me some rest. And I have this book by Napoleon Hill that I actually wants to delve into to see what information I can extract from it. So welcome back to the healing space. All right. So here we go now. Um, we're YouTube live, and we're actually IG live at the same time. Now, within the YouTube spaces, I guess because I'm kind of new to the YouTube spaces, a lot of people don't really get to interact with the live. And YouTube, going live on YouTube is a little bit kind of a different because the comment section doesn't really stay up. So I can't see who's on YouTube, what they're commenting. So again, for everybody who's tuning in from the YouTube space, please understand that I cannot see the comment section, or whenever it does pop up, it vanishes within 1 second. So if you happen to be asking a question and I'm not responding or looking at it, I don't want you to feel left out. Just understand that it's a little bit different. But I'm still trying to keep you connected so that you can delve into the information as well to assist yourself on your healing journey. Okay, so welcome again to the healing space. This is a space of harmony. This is a space of love. This is a space where we embrace the natural connection that we have with each other. And this is a space where we empower each other. All right. So welcome again. Now, tonight I'm going to be delving into a few different things. I might open up the lines again like last night. We opened up the lines. We took a few calls. I know a lot of people was actually calling in, but way too much. Okay, so I think every night when we go live, I'll probably open up the line for probably like 10, 15 minutes and we just answer whatever questions can be answered. Once that duration comes to an end, you're just gonna have to catch me on the next live. All right, basically. All right, so here's what I got. I got me some materials. I still don't have any water in my line, so I'm gonna have to use like spring water in my sink to try to wash my vegetables. But I got me the dandelion greens. I think I have some cilantro, I have some parsley, and I have some apples, and we're gonna make some natural chlorophyll. Now, for everybody else who's also a part of the Discord, I'm pretty sure you're aware that we're starting our fast in 2 days. Okay? We're starting our fast in 2 days, which means that if you're going to be a part of the fast, I would advise for you to eat whatever food you have now so that once we begin the fast, you're not tempted to eat it. Because if you know you got some delicious shit in the refrigerator or some snacks in a cupboard, you see, it's going to start to play with you. Like in your mind, you're going to be like, yo, I got something in there that I can eat. So I find that when it comes to fasting, it's kind of better if you eat everything off that you know is going to tempt you so that you don't have it at all. Once you don't have it around, you know you don't have it in the house, you can be more disciplined. Okay, so I would advise for you to do so. Now, secondly, start eating less. As we delve down into the fasting, you're somewhat looking to cut down. So if you're eating super heavy foods, I want you to be eating lighter foods going all the way down so that we can integrate, go straight into the fasting. Okay? Now, I want you to also know that fasting is not easy, but it's a beautiful experience. Okay? But as you already know, anything that's truly really worth accomplishing, it normally comes with a little bit of difficulty, right? Technically, I mean, even with the degrees that you had to go to school and study math textbook and take tests or whatever not. Anything that's worth accomplishing normally comes with certain levels of difficulty. And that's why you see even in the movies or the anime, right? You always have like a dragon or a cyclops protecting the treasure or protecting the gem or protecting the gold. Have you noticed that? Even the leprechaun. Even listen, even if you're trying to get some gold, you're gonna have to go to the leprechaun to get that gold. If you're trying to get to that whole treasure chest, there's gonna be a dragon or a cyclops that's protecting that treasure, right? Now that is actually allegory or symbolic to say whenever you're trying to achieve something of value, normally it's going to have some kind of a gatekeeper or some kind of a resistance. Consider the gatekeeper to be like the resistance that you have to go through in order to get to the treasure. You see what I'm saying? I know a lot of y'all, you watch these movies, you watch these anime, but you're not able to translate it to see what they're trying to tell you. Okay, these are basically metaphysical principles that's been known from the beginning of time through all walks of life. Anything that's worth accomplishing normally comes with some level of difficulty, and you got to push through. You got to overcome that challenge to get to the treasure. Okay, so likewise, we know that fasting is super powerful. Fasting is going to make you younger. Okay, it's going to make you look younger. Okay, whatever disease or ailment you're experiencing, right? Your condition is going to be improved significantly. All right. However, though, you're going to have to fight your hunger. Okay, you're going to be hungry. You're going to want something to eat. You're going to be smelling every food next door, what the restaurant's cooking, what your cousin or somebody else in your household is eating. Like your sense is going to get so sharpened to the point where you can tell every seasoning that's inside of that food because your body is hungry. So the body's heightened its senses kind of like through instinct. It's like your instinct gets so sharp because the body is about survival, right? So it's gonna sharpen its senses. So food is gonna start to smell even better than it was for you during that time. And listen, you just gotta hold it out and understand that hey, food is not going anywhere. So it's gonna be here. Let me chill, let me relax, let me be disciplined, let me stand on business. And you ignore it, ignore your hunger, go to sleep, drink some water, drink some tea. Every time you get hungry, you drink some tea and ignore it, ignore it. And once you made it past 3 to 4 days, you're going to find that the urge, the urge to eat something is not as strong. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still there, but it's not as strong as before where it's like it's compelling you. Okay? Then, after you get in the next around day 8, day 9, it's like all your desire for food is just like gone. You've attained freedom. Okay? Now, this fast is a short fast, but you see, even a longer duration of fast, like when you're fasting for like 40 days and hit like 25, going up to 30 days, I'm telling you, your desire for food completely vanishes to the point where you're disgusted by even the thought of food. You go on social media and you see people doing that whole mukbang, they're eating food for food reviews. You don't even want to see that. You're disgusted to see food. And it's such an interesting awareness because when you're in that state and you're thinking back, you're like, damn, a couple weeks ago, like I couldn't even go a day without eating. Like I had to eat something. My hunger was so strong. But look at me now. Now I don't even want no food. I don't even like the thought of food. Listen, I know for a lot of you all right now, you can't even imagine the state that I'm talking about. You can't even imagine the state that I'm talking about because you've never experienced it. So for some of y'all, what I'm saying right now sounds like some hocus pocus foolishness. Like ain't no way that's possible. I know. Because again, when you've never experienced something, then you don't have the wisdom of it, right? Because knowledge is just information. But you have to apply that knowledge through experience for it to be transformed into wisdom. So technically, you can't have wisdom without experience. So for a lot of y'all, you're not going to be familiar with what I'm talking about right now. It's going to sound off. It's going to sound weird. What the hell is he talking about? It's not possible for you to be disgusted with food or not wanting to eat because you've never been there before. You see, all your life since you're a baby up until now, you just been gobbling up all kind of a food 3 times a day, right? You see what I'm saying? You're in bondage. Gluttony has you in bondage. You've never set yourself free from the desire of your taste buds. Majority of y'all, you are a slave to your taste buds. You don't know what it's like to go without eating or to deny your flesh. Remember the Bible tells you there's a certain time where you need to deny your flesh. Gluttony and lust is kind of like very similar in how they work, or their nature is very similar. Because lust, see, in order for you to conquer lust, you have to deny your flesh. You got to fast, right? Not have sex. No matter how horny you are, you got to say no. You got to fight that shit off and say no, no, no. And what you notice, after going for a while of you being celibate, or semen retention or whatever it is, you realize that the strong, overwhelming urge for you to fuck something is not as compelling. It's not as compelling as before, right? Because now, guess what? Now what have happened? Now you've become the master over your lower desire, not your lower desire mastering over you. So notice that lust and gluttony somewhat have the same nature in how they move, right? So with gluttony, you eat food and you keep eating, you keep eating. And some of y'all, I mean, gluttony drives you to the point of ruin to where you even eat things that you consciously know is not good for you. So gluttony has the power to dissolve a person's self-love. Let's talk about it. Gluttony has the power to dissolve a person's self-love. Because remember, and this is not me throwing shots at anybody who's obese. At the end of the day, you do know that I'm here for you as much as I can, and I'm here to assist you in this lifetime to attain your greatest level of health and to unveil that greater version of yourself. But at the same time, I have to be honest with you. Whether you want to be offended or not, you already know I really don't give a shit how you feel. I just speak the truth. I don't give a shit who's mad, who's upset, how you feel about it. You know, the truth is the truth. Talk to God about it. But here's what it is. Gluttony has the power to dissolve a person's self-love. Okay, what am I talking about? What exactly does he mean when he say gluttony dissolve a person's self-love? When you eat food to the point where you're fat. Now again, I know a lot of y'all, you're emotional. You're too emotional. You spend too much time on the internet. You're too emotional. The moment somebody says something and you feel like you're being attacked, you shut down. I don't want you to shut down. Okay? You have to learn to confront the reality of what it is. You have to live in truth. Not feelings, not emotions. So sit down and relax. Okay? Again, when you eat food to the point where you're fat, where you're obese, okay? You're now walking around with an identity that does not belong to you. Okay, what do you mean? How can you prove that? Well, let me ask you a question. Can you get fat from eating the natural food that God ordained you to eat? If I give you fruits and vegetables to eat, is it possible for you to get fat or obese? No, it's completely impossible for you to get obese by eating natural foods. So this means every single fat person in the world, okay, is only fat because they're eating foods that were never designed for their body. Your body can't really digest it, so the body put the food into storage. The body doesn't want it. It puts it into storage. So this means that every last person who's obese or fat is claiming an identity that does not belong to them, because guess what? If you eat the foods of nature, it's impossible for you to be fat, which means that you're not supposed to look like how you look right now. It means that your identity, when you look in the mirror right now and you look back at yourself being fat, that is not the true you. That's a manufactured version of you from you eating synthetic foods that you were never supposed to consume. So yes, a lot of people right now is walking around with an identity that does not belong to them. You were never supposed to look like that. You see what I'm talking about? And if you're living with an identity that does not belong to you, it means you're not really connected to your true self. And the fact that you're eating artificial foods, right, that is not in alignment with your highest good, your vitality or your health, it means you don't really love yourself that much, especially when you know. Because remember, it's one thing when a person doesn't know. Let's say a person has just been eating hot dogs and chicken breasts and McDonald's and Burger King, Dunkin' Donuts, and they don't know that, hey, this is bad for me. And this is me still trying to give you some leniency to say you don't know it's bad for you. Obviously, you should know that that shit is not good for you, but still, let's just say that you're oblivious. You don't know what the fuck's going on. You just think that, hey, this is just normal. You see, that's different. I can still somewhat try to find a ground of understanding and say, okay, you just didn't know. But what about when you know? When you know that, hey, this shit is trash. This shit is garbage. This shit is not good for your health, none at all. But you still pull off of the highway just to go to McDonald's to get you some more burger, get you some more fries, which has butane, which is the same chemical inside the lighter. You see, that's gluttony dissolving your self-love because now you know. Now you know it's not good for you, but you're still eating it. That's gluttony in control, driving you towards your own ruin. And so now you're walking around discombobulated, obesity, with an identity that does not belong to you at all. You were never supposed to look like that at all. This is the fact. Feel how you want to feel. If you're offended, so be it. But this is the truth. You were never supposed to look like that. Because if you eat the natural foods ordained by God from nature, it's impossible for you to be fat. So a lot of y'all right now, you're living a whole illusion. I see people coming online, making posts, talking about, confidence posts for big body people, big bone people. Like, y'all are trying to get some kind of a sympathy to say that, oh, that's okay for you to be obese. And again, this is no shot at the people who are obese. Again, I have to keep making this clear because I understand you guys live in a society where everybody is emotional online. Everybody comes online, they're emotional, soft, literally. People are comfortable living in a lie because the truth offends them. They don't want nobody speaking the truth. The moment you start to speak the truth and it goes against what they believe in or what they think, immediately they start to look at you as the villain. All of a sudden now you're the villain of their story because what? You're speaking the truth. The truth shatters their reality. But you got to wake up. Okay? So yes, gluttony dissolves a person's self-love. Just like how greed dissolves a person's integrity. Think about it. People who sacrifice family members for money. People who sold their soul for money. People who sell their booty for money. That's greed. That's literally greed. Just for money, it dissolves their integrity. People who lack honesty just because of money. They will betray themselves and anybody else just for some money. That's how greed works. So you can see how gluttony dissolves your self-love, having you eating shit that you consciously know is not good for you. Greed dissolves a person's integrity, loyalty, honesty. Just for the love of money, they will do anything. I want you to see how these energies move. Okay? We have to look at life through the metaphysical lens, not just the physical lens all the time. Because we can look at a person and we can be blaming them for how they move. Okay? We can blame them for how they move, judge them for how they move. But see, you're not looking in the background to see what's behind the scene as the driving force behind their action. It's energy. Remember, everything is energy. As Nikola Tesla says, if you want to understand the universe, you have to understand energy, frequency, and vibration. You need to know how things work. It allows you to know how to approach life and how to see these energies, even when these energies try to come at you in certain way or form or try to possess you in certain way or form. You can identify it. You see what I'm saying? So we have to also learn to not just look at everything from the physical perspective, but from also the metaphysical perspective or the energetic perspective. So you got work to do. Again, if you know that you're a beast, you need to start to fast. That gluttony is going to urge you for you to eat. You got to be disciplined and say, listen, you know what? I love myself enough to stick through this fasting. Food is going to be here when I'm done. The food is not going anywhere. The supermarket's still going to be loaded with trash, even though I don't recommend for you to eat trash when you come off of your fast. But at the end of the day, a lot of y'all, you're going to do what you want to do. But understand, everything is still going to be here when you're done. So I need you to assert your discipline and assert your willpower. Again, anything that's worth accomplishing is going to have some levels of difficulty which you need to surpass, or challenge that you need to overcome to get to that treasure. Just like in anime, just like in movies. If you need the gold, you have to go through the leprechaun. And the leprechaun is going to try to come back to get his gold or protect his gold. You have to get past the leprechaun for the gold, right? Whatever, you need a treasure. A dragon in the cave is protecting that treasure. You need a gem or a diamond, a cyclops, some kind of scary creature is going to be there protecting that, and you're going to have to get past that in order to get to the treasure. Likewise, when it comes to this fasting, when it comes to your diet, when it comes to cleansing and healing, you have to be willing to go through some uncomfortable experiences before you can achieve the state that you're looking for. Okay? Same thing. When it comes to the detox, right? When it comes to the detox. First of all, when you get up in the morning and gotta drink some bitter ass cascara sagrada, right? And take some bitter herbs early in the morning when you get up. Nobody really enjoys that. Let me get some water. I'm a little bit dehydrated. Nobody really enjoys that. Okay? Nobody really enjoys that. But hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, listen, some morning I get up and I gotta drink some bitter, some super bitter shit, right? Very bitter. And it's like, you know what I do? I get me a grapefruit or I get me an orange and I cut the orange or the grapefruit, right? For instance, this is the colon cleanse. Okay, this is the colon cleanse. Let me show you what's going on. This is the colon cleanse. Do you see how concentrated this is? The colon cleanse is so strong. Look, that's the colon cleanse. That's how strong it is to the point where it's like black. Now let me tell you something. When you drink this, the bitterness stays in your mouth for like 2 hours. And anything else you drink or you eat tastes like it. Like this stuff is no joke. A lot of y'all know already. You bought it. You drink some, you put the rest down, you're afraid. You don't want to go back because it's like, damn, this is so extreme. You get what you get what I'm saying? And hold on, bumbo clot. That shit is annoying. Alright. So you know what I do? I get an orange and I cut open that orange. And then I come and I chug the whole thing one time. That's why you see I have it in this. I'll just chug the whole thing one go and just eat the orange right after. You get what I'm saying? So it's like while you're going to the detox, some days you're not gonna want to get up every single day and drink that bitter stuff every single time. It's gonna be like, damn, again. Because remember, your taste buds is programmed to drink sweet shit. Notice when it comes to drinking some sweet shit, it's not a problem, right? Because you're used to it. Your soda, your Pepsi, your Coke. Sweet. Easy to drink some sweet shit. Is it easy to drink some bitter stuff every single day for 3 weeks straight? No. But you got to do what you got to do because what? You're on your healing journey and you're looking for the result. Okay? Now, sometimes y'all be calling me to asking me if you can put sugar in it. Absolutely not. If sugar was supposed to be in it, God would have put the sugar in it. Notice how God put the sugar in the fruits and everything that needs to have sugar. But God made these very bitter because it's the bitter herbs that really does the healing in the body. It's the bitter herbs that kills parasites and harmful organisms. So you got to learn to go through some of what you would consider to be uncomfortable in order to get to the state that you're trying to get. Naturally, everything comes with a little bit of challenge or difficulty that you need to get through before you can reach the treasure. I trust and hope that that makes sense and you understand. Because you see, again, we have to also view things to the mental plane as well. Because what? Spirit rules matter, right? In order for you to go do something, you have to conceive the thought to do it first. Let me go get some water. Then the body follows. Let me go inside the house. The body follows. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times, if you can make the command or strengthen your mental faculty surrounding whatever protocol you're doing, then the body will somewhat follow easier than you having to fight your body. It's like your mind want to do one thing, your body want to do something different. Synchronize. You synchronize. So once we delve into these concepts, it's one of the reasons why we're having this conversation to evaluate these concepts and how to go into something so that you can be successful. Okay, I am kind of dehydrated, I ain't gonna lie. I end up going to sleep. I end up going to sleep with the water beside my bed and just fall asleep accidentally and woke up. But I also don't want to drink a whole ton of water. And then I got to run inside to go pee. So that's why I'm like, yeah. All right, so we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it tonight. Now, for everybody who's joining me, some of y'all may be joining me for the first time. I'm Bella. Bella, are you here? Are you here, Bella? Bella, if you're here, can you post the link to the Discord for me? For anybody who's here that's new, they can enter into the Discord. All right. Now, as you guys know already, I'm going through a heavy level of shadow banning. Okay. I've been getting shadow banned for years, but now I guess they're kind of like tired of me at this point, and they start to apply even heavier pressure. So just about anything that I post, it doesn't get out. They limit my reach. As you know, they delete my TikTok, my Facebook shadow ban. Facebook, nothing that I post on Facebook goes anywhere at all. It just, you know, goes nowhere, right? Because normally my Facebook, if I post something, around 6, 7 thousand people would see it to now like 4 people. So they shut that whole shit down. Instagram is the same thing. Whenever I post in the reels or anything, it doesn't get out there no more. You don't see me on a For You page anymore. And that's because, I share a lot of information about health and we talk about some stuff that they don't like you talking about on the platform. So that's that. Okay, so I feel like we want to move over more towards the Discord, because the Discord is our own personal server where there's no controlling, governance in there that's trying to tell you what you can say or what you can do and banning you. So I'm trying to get more people to come over more into the Discord, and so we can have more intrinsic or more deeper build over into the Discord. I'm also YouTube live. So I'm gonna see if I can focus more within the YouTube space and the Discord space, because right now IG, TikTok, and Facebook, they don't like me, right? So yeah, it is what it is. All right, so I'm gonna do some of my capsules because I am cleansing right now, so you get to see the entire process of how I put things together. And so today, what I have here, I have some black seed oil. Um, I think I'm at the last of my oregano oil. I have some worm seed oil. These are gonna assist me in my little parasite cleanse that I'm doing right now. I just about have no more oregano oil left. So, I definitely use up this oregano oil to the point where I barely have any left at all. Now, obviously, if you're dealing with candida or you're dealing with yeast or anything like that, oregano is also going to be your friend. As a form of natural antibiotic, of course, oregano is going to be your friend for natural antibiotic. We talked about this already. Okay? You must learn the natural things that you need to assist you when it comes to being healthy. We live in a society that does not promote anybody to be healthy, because that's how the society profits. The society profits off sick people. So if you eat their food or you go with their recommendations, you are going to be sick just like everybody else that's sick right now. So common sense would tell you, hey, you need to cultivate your own path going forward. You need to attain some knowledge about how to take care of your temple, how to heal yourself, just like how your ancestors did. Okay? Just like how your ancestors did. So what I normally do, I have one of these here. My oregano oil. I barely have anything left in my oregano oil. Damn, this is bad. End up running out. I'm gonna have to order some oregano oil. And I can actually extract my own oregano oil using a distiller, but it's kind of time consuming. And I don't have no space in here to go set up a whole distiller on my countertop. So next year though, next year for sure, we're gonna do a class here and we can make our own essential oils using a distiller to distill it from the plant. Okay, this is the healing space, so you will be learning everything that you need to take you towards your health journey, and also the wisdom to pass down to your children. That's the whole reason why we're here within this space every time. Okay, because remember, once you learn something, nobody can take it away from you. Have you thought about that? Once you learn something, nobody can ever take it away from you. That's the good part about it. Nobody can take it away from you. So even if you don't want to use it yourself, you can pass it down to your children. All right, this is the only way that we're going to preserve ancestral wisdom. So everything that we talk about within the healing space is ancestral wisdom. It's all ancestral wisdom, literally. Now, here's the thing. If we don't pass down ancestral wisdom, it dies. It dies. Like a lot of the topic and a lot of things that we talk about here over the years, some people never even heard of this stuff before, their first time. And it's not like it's anything new. They have a saying, there's nothing new under the sun. It's not nothing new, but it has been kept away from you because we're cut off from or the deepest levels of ancestral wisdom that was supposed to guide us moving forward. Because remember, everything that's learned needs to be passed on so that the next generation can keep building up on that energy. You see, so it's very important that we carry on the wisdom and the knowledge. Okay, now I'm doing some other different experiment here, so don't even worry about what I'm doing. But I have oregano oil, I have black seed oil, I have worm seed oil, but generally this is how you make your oregano capsules. You put olive oil, in there, and then you put around 3 to 4 drops of the oregano oil and you cover it, okay, you cover it, and now you have your capsules. Very simple. Now, of course, you can also go online and buy it. I don't like to buy it online because I don't know their ratio. I mean, I'm an alchemist, so obviously I'm going to make everything myself as well, but I cannot trust their ratio. I cannot trust their ratio. Okay? All right. So these are going to be my capsules that I'm taking. We're going to put together some tea right now too. We're going to put together some tea. Then I'm going to get into the juicing aspect, and then I may start taking some calls so you can ask your questions over the line. All right. Where's Bella? Where's Bella? I need the Discord. I need the Discord link. Okay, Kabbalistic Priest posted it. Thank you, appreciate that. Okay, there's the Discord link for anybody who's not a part of our Discord. I'd recommend you coming on the Discord. That is our personal server where we go more in depth with information that's not allowed on social media. Okay, that's the reason why I end up getting shadow banned off all these platforms, because I'm giving you the solution of how to heal your body from these diseases that you're being told cannot be healed from, which is completely impossible and bogus. Your body can heal from anything and everything, given the fact that you put the body through the right condition to do so. Okay, so do not let any outside external influence convince you that your body cannot heal from nothing and you have to live your whole entire life suffering from something that you were never born with. That don't even make no sense. How can you live the rest of your life with something you was not born with? Obviously, you manufactured it inside of your body. There's a condition inside of your body that was never there originally, therefore it can be removed. Now, this is my black cherry juice, okay, full of iron antioxidant. And what I normally do with it, I put a little bit inside of my container, and now we're gonna dilute it. Don't be greedy now. Know a lot of y'all, you love sugar. Don't be greedy. You dilute it. Okay? So yeah, we dilute it, and now I'm going to take my capsules. All right, now I have what? So I also have my parasite slayer capsule. This is a parasite slayer. It kills pinworm, hookworm, tapeworm, fluke worms, rope worms, roundworms, and it kills parasite eggs. And wait a minute, I think we should be close to like a full moon or something too, very soon. Okay? So this is the parasite slayer that eliminates parasites from your body. For anybody over there within the YouTube spaces, maybe it is your first time coming across us. Okay, so this is the parasite slayer, and this is the colon cleanse. Okay, now I'm not going to take the colon cleanse right now because we're on live. I don't know, it works fast sometimes. But generally, you take 3 of the colon cleanse, 3 of the parasite cleanse in the morning. You take 3 more in the evening again of both. Okay, so the link is not working. Can somebody confirm with me if the Discord link is working or not? It is a full moon, right? Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. Can we mix oils in the liquid and drink instead of putting in capsules? I mean you can, but I'd rather for you to put it in the capsules because what? It goes down into your intestines before it starts to dissolve. Once you put it in the liquid and you drink it, it gets absorbed by the upper digestive tract pretty quickly. You see? But in a capsule, remember the capsule is going to take a little bit of while for it to break down, so it gets to move throughout the intestines to where it needs to go to work. So utilizing in a capsule form is very effective, especially when it comes to removing harmful microbes or yeast or candida out of your gut. Okay? Both ways is going to work regardless, but still, you can see what I'm saying. It gets to move through to get to where it needs to go. What's the ratio for olive oil and oregano? So generally, it has to be more oregano, more olive oil, less oregano. Remember, oregano is so powerful by itself that it will burn you up. So you want to start off with 3 drops. Then after a week, you can start going up to 4 drops. But oregano oil is potent. When you're getting the oregano oil, be sure that it's at least 70% carvacol. Carvacol is the active compound inside of the oregano. So you start off with 3 drops. Okay? So I'm going to do I'm going to do 6 capsules because again, I slept the whole entire day and I didn't get to take my 3 capsules this morning. Okay, good. Now we have the clove. These are the fresh grounded clove capsules. The clove capsules kill the eggs. Okay, the clove capsule kill the eggs. Remember, you can kill the adult parasites, but if you don't kill the eggs will hatch and introduce a whole new cycle again. Especially when parasites realize that they're dying. They start to excrete a lot of eggs to stay because they're trying to colonize the body basically. That's how they operate. So we need to kill the eggs. All right, now the parasite slayer does contain clove as well and different herbs that kill the eggs, but these so potent, and you will notice if you get our capsules, you will notice that the clove is so strong to where the capsules are broken, like they're cracked. Okay, look, if you notice that, right, you'll see clove falling out. See that? That's how powerful the clove is to where it's breaking the capsules. That's how potent it is. We have the strongest clove you'll find anywhere. Okay? Anywhere. So I'm going to take 5 clove capsules. Now, why is it important to do a parasite cleanse on a full moon or near the full moon? Why? I'm gonna let you all answer that question. Type in the comment section and tell me what you think. Why is it important to do a parasite cleanse on a full moon? Best time to do a cleanse on a full moon, I do a coffee enema. So you wanna know what's so interesting, goddess? I was actually studying one of my books, one of my health books, and they talk about a coffee enema, and I was like, this is interesting. But I never really looked that deeply into it. But coffee enema have been used from the early 1900s, and apparently is very, very effective. So that's interesting. Okay, someone said they activate and they hatch their eggs. Okay, that's one. That's one part of it. That's when they are busy. Okay, that's true. That's when parasites are active because the parasite lay eggs during the full moon. That's also true as well. That's when they're most active. Okay, that's true. But why? Coffee enema is good for headaches. Interesting. Nobody's telling me why. Why are parasites active? And listen, do not Google it. Do not chat GPT. Okay, don't do that. Use your brain. Listen, if you get it wrong, you get it wrong. But I want you to think. Use your mind. Over here, we like to use our mind, okay? Someone said, try to get the egg hatch because you will get rid of it on a full moon. Full moon pulls the water in the body. That is true as well. Yes. They take over the body. Not really, goddess, but they just get more active. But there's a reason why they get more active. Because the gravity level from the moon. Okay, so here's what. The gravity level and the moon is responsible, but that's not the exact explanation that I'm looking for. Like, why? So basically, there's a chemical change that happens in the body on a full moon, and I'm trying to see if you guys know what it is. We're 80% water. Okay, goddess, yes. Somebody said parasites are clowns. I don't know if they're clowns. I mean, they're controlling y'all. So you get what I'm saying? If parasites are clowns and they're controlling you, like what does that make you? Okay, gotta say use our brains. We become more active like our behavior changes. That's true too. They're extremely smart. Yeah, they're very smart. They're very smart. They go stealth. They're intelligent. It has something to do with your hormones. Can parasites be in your pancreas? Do they eat the beta cells? Yes, they do. That's why you end up with diabetes. They shut down insulin production. Okay, so nobody have the answer. YouTube. So nobody on YouTube, nobody on Instagram have the answer as to why parasites get active on a full moon and why we need to kill them or cleanse on a full moon. Nobody has the answer. We become more sexual. I mean, that is true because what? The moon controls procreation. So while the moon is pulling on the water, it pulls on the water within the human body. And that's why people feel the urge to release their water. Damn, nobody got the answer tonight? Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Listen. We've been within the healing space for a long time. Y'all should know the answer to these questions already. This is not good. This is not good. Okay, so here's what the answer is. The reason why parasites gets more active during a full moon is because the serotonin levels, the serotonin levels in the body rises. The serotonin excites them. Okay, they start to move around. They start to move around, they start to mate, start to lay eggs and do all of that. So generally, you see, parasites normally hide behind biofilm. That's why it's so important during a parasite cleanse that, hey, you want to be getting rid of biofilm because they have the tendency to hide. They're very stealth. They hide behind heavy metals. So when parasites is inside of the body, don't be thinking that they're just in your body sitting in one location. They're hiding. They're hiding behind heavy metals so that whatever you're consuming to kill them can't reach them. They're hiding behind the shield of biofilm. They build up all kind of cysts and biofilm around themselves so that they can hide. But you see, on a full moon, when the serotonin levels rise in the body, they get excited. Okay? They want to be fucking. And that's why you see so many people start to get horny on a full moon. Parasites are also involved. It makes them excited within their sexual organ. You see? And they got to go find somebody to do it with. Because keep in mind that STDs are parasite. HPV parasite, HSV are parasite, HIV parasite. These are all parasites. There's no virus without a parasite. Viruses comes from parasites. See that? So yes, during full moon time, you want to go crazy with a parasite cleanse. So right now, since we know that we're around the time frame of the full moon, you should be getting on your parasite cleanse. Now, if you don't have parasite cleanse from us, and you happen to have some herbs in your house or within your cabinet that has an anti-parasitic action, we can use them. Okay, we can use them. So cloves, if you have cloves, use the clove. If you have wormwood, put a clove and a wormwood together. All right? But let us put some parasite cleanse together since we're here. Let's put some parasite cleanse together since we're here. All right, so we're gonna boil some water. Let's boil some water and get it started. Now, keep in mind that parasite cleansing is ancestral wisdom. For a lot of y'all, I'm pretty sure you remember that when you were younger, your grandmother used to deworm you, especially if you're from the Caribbean. I'm pretty sure you have memory where your granny was actually putting you on parasite cleanses, make you drink some deworming medicine of some sort or herb. So, now let me ask you, right? If your grandparents was deworming you, obviously your grandparents have some level of knowledge as the importance of why we need to be deworming. So, my second question to you, how is it that you are a grown-ass adult that do no kind of a parasite cleansing? Wait a minute. Do you think that your grandmother was just bullshitting? You see what I'm talking about? How is it that we went from parasite cleansing children and deworming to now live in a modern society where every single day you're eating processed sugar and dead animals and nobody parasite cleanse? Why do you think people got so much diseases in their body? You're not cleansing, you're not deworming. You got tapeworm, hookworm, pinworm, flukeworm, ropeworm, toxoplasma gondii, philoscopy, obuski, all these stuff inside your body just thriving and feeding off the food. A lot of y'all, you think that, oh, you just want McDonald's. You don't realize that it's not just you. The parasites want McDonald's. The parasites want hot Cheetos, fried chicken wings, Popeye's biscuit, because they can also press themselves against the walls of the intestines, hijack your nervous system, and give you the feeling and that desire for a specific thing. And some people be like, yo, I'm just in the mood for this. I'm just in the mood for that. Whenever you're in the mood for something sugary, something sweet, that's not you. Okay? That's not you who wants that. The parasite is using you to get that for themselves. So again, we have to restore back ancestral wisdom. Okay? This new age society lifestyle is not doing anybody any good at all. Take a look around. Everybody's drugged out. Okay? If people are not listen, if people are not taking pills to alter their consciousness, they're taking prescription pills or they're taking sex pills. What kind of a society we live in where humans can't even live without some kind of a drug? What does the average person do whenever they have a headache? They take aspirins, right? Or ibuprofen, right? Or Panadol or Excedrin, some kind of a drug for a headache. But nobody's looking at the fact that, hey, you get a headache based off what you just ate. You ate acid and inflammatory foods with artificial additives. And now you have a headache because the body's, the body's like, oh no, this is not good. And instead of you actually eating something healthy, drink some water and rest or try to flush whatever out that you ate, you went to put some drug into the system, in attempt to get rid of the headache that you just caused by eating something inflammatory. Do you see how lost humanity is? And these are the people that are having kids in society. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. These are the people that are out there making babies right now and having kids. They're lost. No common sense. Okay? No wisdom of guidance to even navigate their very own reality. And then they had kids in the very same system, the very same programming, doing the same shit, taking on the same approach to life. That's why we end up in this predicament right now. And people have gotten so sensitive that you can't even speak the truth because they get offended by the truth. What is this? Are y'all even living real life at this point? I don't know. I do not know. At this, listen. At this point, I guess God really need to come back to come and save y'all because it doesn't look like y'all are going to be saving yourself anytime soon. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Does not look like it. All right. Anyway, let's get our water boiled up and ready. And we're going to put together our parasite cleanses. Then we're going to get into the juices. Okay, that should be good. So I really like this kettle, and I got it from China. And I mean, it doesn't really work as fast as it used to as before, because before, like under a minute, the water was boiled. I got it from China, and I really liked it because of the aesthetics. As you can tell, my aesthetics is really olive green and natural wood. As you can tell, that's my aesthetics. Like you look at my counter, natural wood, green. Okay, because Venus is my ruling planet, Venus and copper. So like green and copper looking color is kind of like my aesthetics basically. So I ended up getting it from China, right? And it working superbly. And I was like, you know what? I was thinking about getting like probably like 500 of them and put them on a website. But then, Trump kind of like went up with the whole tariff. And China was like, oh no, you can't get it for this price no more. They start to go crazy. And I'm like, okay, let me just chill on this for now. But I'm still thinking about it. I don't know if I need to go to China to go strike a deal or something, but yeah, very good kettles. Very good kettles. The inside is also stainless steel, of course. You already know that. We don't do no kind of aluminum or other kind of a material, so the inside is definitely stainless steel. Let's see how long it takes to boil the water up. Let's see how long it takes to boil the water up. All right, so we have that into place right now. So let's get our containers ready. Get our containers ready. Let me do this spoon. Let me do this spoon. Let me do this spoon. There's a herb called pulsatilla. It can reverse deafness. So I've definitely heard about that herb before. I never had it though. I never had it, but I heard of the name before. I never tried it though. All right, so let's put together some parasite cleanse here. So where I do the wormwood, I should have a bag of wormwood somewhere here. Hopefully it's not done. Hopefully the wormwood is not done. Oh, you know what? The wormwood is done. So I'm gonna have to use one of my parasite celery teas. Okay, my wormwood is done. So parasite celery tea it is. Okay, so here I have some of the parasite celery tea. So this is our parasite celery tea. Okay, this is it. And I think you guys already seen the parasite celery capsules. So the parasite celery tea and the capsules comes together as the parasite cleansing kit. Okay? So I recommend when you're getting it, get both. You're going to need the tea and you're going to need the capsules. And you're going to need activated charcoal. And get a colon cleanse. Okay, because what? When you kill the parasites, you don't want the parasites to be dead and sitting inside of your body now, do you? No, you want the parasite, you want to kill the parasites, and then you want to flush the parasites out of your body. So I do recommend doing a parasite cleanse and a colon cleanse together to clean out your digestive tract. Remove them. Okay? So this is also the parasite slayer that I have in here too. Same thing. Okay? So put that together. And I already have clove. I already have clove in here. I have wormwood in here. I have patriarchal in here. And I have other herbs too. Obviously, I'm not going to put my whole formula on the internet. It's my personal formula. Okay? All right. So there we have our parasite slayer tea. So now we're going to prepare the other one. And in this one, I'm going to do a slightly different, different mixture in this one. Okay, let me see what we got. Let me see what we got. So I know for sure that I'm going to be using olive leaf in this one. I can use chaparral too. I got chaparral. Chaparral is a parasite killing herbs as well. All right, so here's what. We're going to do some clove. We're going to add some clove in this one. Because I like that strong, I like that strong concentration of clove. So we got some clove in that one. Very good. I have chaparral. Okay, chaparral. Very, very powerful stuff. Now, chaparral can neutralize snake bite. Okay, you can get a lot of chaparral in Arizona. Like in Arizona, in the desert of California, you'll find a lot of chaparral. It is so strong, like right now, it's like just hitting. Okay? Also called creosote. They call it creosote or creosote. Chaparral is a whole powerhouse. Okay? So chaparral, go add some chaparral in there. Now keep in mind that I'm mixing herbs together, but I'm mixing fire elements. I'm mixing fire elementals. See, again, there's another level of alchemy to herbs that you need to understand, which people on the internet who just selling herbs are not going to know because they're not herbalists like that, okay? You have to understand the elementals of the herbs. So chaparral, fire element. Clove, fire element. Generally, if I want to, I can add even cinnamon to this, which is a fire element. You can add ginger, fire element. Wait a minute. Do I have more ginger? I have not seen ginger in a while. Have not seen ginger in a while. Oh, maybe we're out of ginger. Maybe. Okay, I can't find the ginger, but also this is the white willow bark. As I told y'all before, when it comes to pain, when it comes to headache, when it comes to joint pain, what you need is white willow bark. Okay, why? Because white willow bark is what they use to make aspirins. Okay? White willow bark is what they use to make aspirins because it neutralizes and it arrests inflammation. Pain is caused by inflammation. Okay? White willow bark also is good for arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis. Very good for the joints. Okay? So, white willow bark. It'll change your life. Okay? It'll change your life. All right, so our water is ready. Let's put together our first cleanse real quick. Perfect. Okay? There we go. We put this aside. I'll let it naturally do its thing. All right? All right, now we're going to load it up with water until we put together the second batch. We're going to let this boil. I don't know how much minutes that take for it to boil, but when I just bought it, it boiled the water under a minute. So I feel like it probably takes around 2 minutes or 3 minutes now. I don't know. I wasn't checking on the timing anymore. Boom. All right, so we'll let that boil for now. All right, so I have clove and I have chaparral, and I'm thinking about the next fire element that I want to add to this mixture. Also for the people who love coffee, okay, for the people who love coffee, remember to get our alkaline version of coffee. It's going to change your life. Okay, if you have not tried it yet, you're definitely missing out. Okay, so this is our alkaline coffee. Okay, you see how beautiful that is? That's our alkaline version of coffee. All right, it's on the website. All right, what else we have over here? We have hops. Okay, we have hops, we have mullein, we have dandelion leaf, we have catnip, we have epazote, we have eucalyptus, we have gato cola, we have horsetail. Oh, here's the ginger. Here's the ginger I've been looking for. Here's the ginger I've been looking for. Okay? Now, ginger is a fire element because it burns. Notice? How do you determine when an herb is a fire element? Well, if it thrives in the desert or if it thrives in the sun, it's a fire element. If it burns, it's a fire element. If it's spicy, it's a fire element. If it gives off heat, it's a fire element. You see? And we all know how ginger works. And that's why ginger is so good for circulation, because what? It brings heat. It creates the energy of heat, and blood moves. So, listen, this ginger is so strong. We're going to add some ginger in here. Okay, not too much now because this is super strong. Okay, if you put too much ginger in it, it gets so hot to the point where it's hard for you to drink it because it's so spicy. All right, so spicy. All right, what else we have? We have red raspberry leaf. If anybody needs red raspberry, you get that on the website. We have elderberry. We have cleavers. We have red clover, of course. We have burdock, cascara sagrada. We have pardi arco. What else we got on the website? We have damiana. We have stinging nettle root. Oh, and here's what I've been looking for. Oh, you know what? No. I should have a larger bag. And we also have linden leaf. Okay, we also have linden leaf. So I'm gonna add something else to this little mixture right here. And I'm gonna add some olive leaf. Now, you guys already know I only carry the highest grade of any herb. Okay? If it's not the highest grade, I don't have it. If it's not the highest grade, you're not gonna see me with it. All right? So olive leaf destroys bad bacteria or parasites out of your intestines. It's one of the best herbs when it comes to restoring your healthy gut microbiome or gut microbe. It's gonna get rid of all the unhealthy microbes out of your intestines. Okay? Now I want you to see how much of a top quality this is. Okay? Y'all know I'm very big on quality. Okay? I want you to see it. Y'all know I'm very, very big on quality. Listen, right now the camera is not even doing a good justice in showing you how pristine this is. Okay? The camera is not even doing a good job. How pristine this is. Okay? Olive leaf. No, the olive leaf is not on the website yet, but I'm going to put it on. Damn, it's so strong. Hold up. But I'm going to put it on the website. That's how strong it is. Like just the dust off of it, it's just hitting hard. Okay, olive leaf. Now guess what? When it comes to HSV, herpes breakout, olive leaf. Look it up. Powerful stuff. Strengthening your immune system. So it's kind of like everybody knows about the olive oil, but the olive leaf is a whole nother beast. Okay, a whole nother beast. All right. So we're gonna add some of our olive leaf in here, of course. So listen, you cannot say you didn't learn something within the healing space. Okay, so if you want to get up and be unhealthy, that's on you. But I made sure to give you all the information that you need. All the information that you need. All right. And also keep in mind, whenever it comes to herbs, okay, you don't want herbs that's sitting on a shelf for months. It's not gonna work. You want the herbs that's fresh. You see how, okay, you see how you can look at the olive leaf and tell that it's freshly cut and dried? You see that? This is fresh herbs that harvest within within 3 to 4 months. Literally, fresh. Whenever you get the herbs and it's fresh, it contains all of its potency. If the herbs is sitting there on shelf in warehouse for months, over a year plus, it's weak. So you trying to use it, it's not going to work. It needs to be potent, come directly from nature and potent. All right? All right, so our water is ready. Looking good. Listen, I know the ginger is going to be hitting so well. Like, perfect. Okay? Literally perfect. All right. And there we go. So now what we have? Now we have our 2 teas waiting. Okay? So we put these down, allow them to naturally cool. Okay, we allow them to naturally cool. And that's why I like this little kettle. Very small and compact. Put it in a corner, boom, until I'm ready for it again. All right, now, this is the tamarind juice. Now, y'all remember when we put the tamarind juice together, we shelled the tamarind, right? We pour the hot water on it, and look, tamarind juice is pretty much ready. Okay, now I'm not gonna drink this now because it's gonna shake you up. All right, but the tamarind juice is basically ready to go. This is gonna clean out the entirety of your digestive tract. It's gonna clean out your colon. Also, the other factor of the tamarind juice is that it pulls fluoride out of the body. So you see all the people within your family that have that fluoride stare, who can't wake up because, you know, the government put fluoride in their drinking water, their toothpaste, you know, their mouthwash. You see what I'm saying? Tamarind pulls fluoride back out of the body, especially when it comes to the pineal gland. The tamarind is going to pull back all the fluoride out and pull out any kind of calcified state or calcified stones, calcification. The fluoride is going to break that up. Okay? The tamarind is going to break that up. All right? So this is the tamarind juice. That's ready. All right. Okay, so everything there else is done. I haven't ate anything yet. I have a few lychees. I got me a papaya. I got soursop. And I have a pineapple that I'm potentially going to peel. And so, technically, this is what I have for my so-called dinner tonight. I know a lot of you guys' dinner is more crazy than this. Pizza with extra cheese and all of that kind of stuff. Hold on. So, I have half of the soursop. Okay, that's what I got. And I got me a handful of lychees. And I have me a papaya. Now, the papaya is the most important thing that we have here because of the papaya seeds. Okay, because of the papaya seeds. The papaya seeds is a powerful intestinal cleaner and parasite cleanser. Okay? So I only got a few lychees left. I really, really like lychees. Really, really, really like lychees. Really like lychees. Just so sensational. And I have the greens to make the green juice. And I have the last remaining of my fritter that I want to fry. Oh, you never heard of lychee before? I wonder where Bella is at. So I trust and hope that the link for the Discord is actually working, so you guys can join the Discord. So Discord and YouTube is where we're gonna be at. Lychees are really good. Okay, so lychee tastes like a globe grape, but more juicier and more flavorful than a grape. For the people who never had a lychee before. By the way, can you guys share the live for me, please? Share the live for me because due to the shadow banning, it's not gonna really get out there. So a lot of people right now don't even know that I'm live. They taste like rambutan. I mean, yeah, basically, yeah, but a little bit better to me personally. Lychees are really good. So yeah, share the live because Instagram they don't really broadcast and I'm going live. So for most of my followers, they don't know that I'm live. The same thing when it comes to reels or videos that I post. It's not gonna get carried by the algorithm. Only if people share it does it get out there, basically. Because we're about to get into the more deeper aspect of things. So this is the soursop. Can clove heal syphilis? Not clove by itself. Have to clean your whole entire body. So this soursop was very expensive, but look at the quality though. Look at the quality. The quality of the soursop is like top notch. I see the camera on YouTube is a little bit more clear than the one on IG, but look, the quality is top notch. Okay, top notch. Now, soursop is strengthening your immune system, and the soursop leaves and the bark have compounds that shows activity against the big C. All right, now, so let's move on to the papaya. Let's move on to the papaya. So remember we talked about using the papaya for a parasite cleanse. And for anybody who's just now coming in, can you share the live for me, please? Share the live. Because I'm shadow banned, a lot of people don't get to see that I'm live because Instagram is not going to show it to everybody that I'm live. So, and keep in mind that there's over 980,000 people here and they don't even know that I'm live. So you have to share the live so it gets out so people can come in to get the information that they need. All right. So remember we talk about the papaya, right? So as you can tell, the papaya seeds are very strong when it comes to eliminating parasites, larvae, and parasite eggs. Because the papaya seeds are fire element. Notice when you bite into the papaya seeds, it's very spicy. That's a fire element. Now remember that parasites are considered to be demons. Okay, so if you look at parasites through the esoteric or through a occult or metaphysical lens, they're seen to be demons because they do the very same thing. Literally. In fact, in certain texts, they say that a demon, a parasite, is a physical manifestation of a demonic entity, literally. They're a low vibrational entity. They manipulate your cravings, your thoughts, make you depressed. They convince you to commit suicide. They steal the nutrients out of your body. And remember, what did the Bible say? Didn't the Bible say that the devil only comes to kill, steal, and destroy? Think about it. What does the Bible say? The devil only comes to kill, steal, and destroy. What does a parasite do inside of your body? It steals your nutrients, right? Destroy your organs and kill you slowly. Listen, you guys would be so surprised if you go to Google and type in how much people die every year from parasites. That will shock you. If you think I'm kidding, go to Google and type in how much people die yearly from parasites. You're going to realize something crazy is happening here. The devil only comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Parasites are akin to a demonic entity. Now, I have not released my parasite book yet, okay? Because I'm still compacting with so much information. It's like I have infinite wisdom on this kind of a stuff. Like it's like I want to make the book compact with everything you'll ever need, but at the same time, I don't want to scare people off by releasing a big book. Because people are like intimidated when they see like a big book with how much pages, they don't want to read it. But if a person see a small book, like, oh, it's easy to read, they'll more read it. Because remember, the human mind naturally goes towards the path of least resistance. So I'm wondering if I should release like a volume 1 and a volume 2. Make the volume 1 like a handbook where anybody can just use it, and then the volume 2 for like people who wants to go deeper into the study of parasites and all the herbs that kills them and all the different stuff. I'm thinking about that, right? And also go into the metaphysical aspect of it as well. I might end up doing so. But yes, parasites are seen to be a demonic entity because they only steal, destroy, and kill your body literally. Okay? So now that we have that understanding, when it comes to even to say demonology or people doing all kind of incantations or whatever people do within the occult spaces, with summoning different entities, all this kind of stuff that people do within cults. Okay, all different kind of cults, as you guys already know. How does one get rid of how does one get rid of a haunted house or a object that has some kind of a negative force attached to the object, right? Or how does one destroy something where people were using it for like sacrifices or evil altar? Generally, they will burn it because fire also is purification. Fire represents purification. Water represents cleansing. Fire is purification. That's why they use fire to forge blades. That's why they use fire to melt gold, because fire purifies. It will basically burn off all other impurity and leave just the dominant substance or element left behind. So that's the reason why whenever it comes to any kind of a spiritual aspect of getting rid of something, they normally use the element of fire to burn it, right? Like they would burn a vampire, put a stake in a vampire heart, or burn a vampire, or burn whatever it is, because fire is the fire element that gets rid of demons or entities or an egregor or an evil spirit or whatever not. Fire, right? So I'm trying to blend the link so that you can see how when you're trying to get rid of parasitic entities out of your body, you want to use the fire element herbs. And notice it is the fire element herbs that kills them. Think about it. Like clove kills them and kill the eggs. That's a fire element. Cinnamon kills them, fire element. Ginger kills them, fire element. Cayenne pepper kills them, that's a fire element. Chaparral kills them, that's a fire element. You see what I'm saying? Notice it is the fire elements that kills these entities. And papaya seeds or fire element. That's why when you bite into them, it's so spicy and it burns. Okay? Now, of course, when it comes to the internet, you see all types of information on the internet of people claiming and telling you how to do this and how to do that. And that's the problem. The internet has become a place where people have watered down everything that's sacred because everybody feel like they have knowledge on things that they have no knowledge about. The internet have just become that place. So clearly, as you can tell, there is some people saying that, hey, you swallow the papaya seeds whole, they're gonna magnetize the parasites and pull them out of the body. That is bullshit. Okay, not to say that you can't consume them whole. Of course you can, but they're not that effective when you consume them whole. You need to break them so that the compound can be released upon the walls of the digestive tract to then remove these parasite eggs and larvae. Now, let's break it down. Remember the original, okay, the original testing which facilitated the awareness of the information that papaya seeds has a good activity or action against parasites was done in Africa. I think they used like 70 children. I think they used like 70 children who had parasites and deploy the papaya seeds in the group of those children. They separate them into groups and put some on the papaya seeds, some not on the papaya seeds, and they were able to determine after doing a final test and realizing that the papaya seeds eliminate almost 99% of all the parasites and nematodes. Okay? Now, what was the original application that they used to even determine that papaya seeds was effective against parasite? They ground it out. They ground out the seeds. So how you gonna come to the internet and people telling you, oh, you need to take them whole because they're gonna magnetize parasite? What type of bullshit is that? In anything at all, you need to extract the compound from it for it to work. That's the whole reason why we make teas, to pull the compound out of the herb. You see what I'm saying? So how somebody gonna tell you, hey, take the papaya seeds whole because they're gonna magnetize? That's not how it works. That's not how it was even discovered. Not within the application it was discovered to be effective against parasite. It needs to be grounded out. And because people don't think, they grab onto this nonsense from people on the internet that has no wisdom, no knowledge, no experience, just reading books in a basement on a computer, typing opinions online, as if there's some kind of a authoritative body, to tell people how to do things. Basically, it's crazy. The internet is a crazy place, right? So here's how you're gonna take this stuff, right? What you can do now, I don't recommend for you to jump in a whole bunch of the papaya seeds like I do. Again, as you can tell, I can take extreme levels of herbs because my body is like an experiment vessel. Okay? A lot of compounds and stuff that I come up with, I'm like a mad scientist in my laboratory right now. Okay, sometimes I'm just here and I have random idea. Okay, what if I mix this element with that constituent, that alkaloid, that compound? Maybe I'll arrive at something magnificent. Like I'll be in here because remember, I don't do anything else. I don't watch TV. I don't play sports. I don't do nothing but just in my mind in meditation with the plant kingdom. I'm an alchemist. I care about elements and stuff like that. Okay? So sometimes I'll be sitting here and just be coming up with all kind of weird ideas and experiment of different things. So my body is like it's tweaked. It's tweaked up. Okay? So I can really consume high concentration of stuff which a normal person can't really consume because your body is not used to it. I use my body as like an experiment vessel to do various experiments and different things. All right, YouTube, can you guys hear me? I don't know what's going on with this microphone. Why it's doing that for? 'Cause it's not like it's dead. I don't know what's doing that for. All right, so let's move on. Let us move on to the next thing. Let us move on. All right, so I do have this pineapple here that I got from the store. But we're going to make our green juice. We're going to make our green juice. I have apples, dandelion greens, cilantro, and I have parsley. I don't have any organic ginger, but it is what it is. No organic ginger. Let me see what's going on with this pineapple because I kind of feel like if I let it stay for another day, it might not be that good. It's a little bit overripe, so we're going to see. We're going to see what's going to happen. We're going to see what's going to happen. Let's find out. You know what? A matter of fact, hold on. Let us actually put the greens to soak first while we're peeling the pineapple to make the green juice. I could do that first. All right, so this is what I got for the juice today. We have dandelion greens, we have parsley, we have cilantro. So we're gonna make our natural chlorophyll, right? I had 2 cucumbers, but they kind of went bad. See, I had two cucumbers. This one went bad. I didn't put it in the refrigerator. So I only got 1 cucumber to work with. See what we can do with it. I have me a bag of apples. Not too bad. I tried one of them last night. Didn't taste too bad. Did not taste too bad. All right. So we're gonna create our acidic solution as per usual to remove any potential pesticide or herbicide off of our greens. Okay? Y'all already know the deal already. You wanna know what's funny? I was actually supposed to order something. I was supposed to order something from the store, and I totally forgot. All right. All right, there we go. All right, so now we're gonna add in some of our vinegar. Okay, you already know the deal already. 5% acidity vinegar. That is what we're gonna rock with. Make it very strong. Can burn off everything. Good. Now we're gonna add our baking soda. You already know the deal. Beautiful. All right. Now again, if you got lemon juice, you can put some lemon juice in there to make it more acidic. If you don't got lemon juice, you can use key limes, correct? Yes, key limes. Perfect. So we're making a very acidic solution which allows us to burn off any pesticide or herbicide that's on the vegetables or the fruits. Because while we're trying to be healthy, we do not want to be consuming glyphosate or any kind of a laboratory chemicals because that defeats the purpose. Now, unfortunately, it's sad. It's sad that this is what we got to go through just to try to stay healthy. But this is how the system is designed. Okay? Now, I just got here the other day. Okay? I'm still young. I just got here the other day. And I came into the world and seen that this is how you guys live. This is how y'all do things. Okay? So I have to find a solution. I have to just find a solution, the best solution to survive. And apparently, this is what I have to do to ensure my survival for my temple or my vessel not to be contaminated. I got to go the extra mile. I got to do extra shit just to survive in the matrix. But our parents have us in the matrix. We're born in it. So at the end of the day, it's like, who are you going to blame? The best thing we can do is start to move towards our sovereignty, which is why I say that, hey, instead of buying all them designer clothes and shoes, buy some land. We should be looking forward to getting some land, getting out of the cities, breathing in this toxic ass carbon dioxide out of all these cars. You should be living around trees. Dig a well on your property so you have clean, fresh water without no fluoride, or you have access to a natural spring. The fuck are we doing right now? We're still living in the very same system, getting up every day, watching television, worshiping celebrities, eating processed food, and acting like this shit is real. It's not real life. You should be looking to get away from out of a system that does not support the human spirit. It does not support your health. Society does not like healthy people. That's why I get shadow banned. Look at what I gotta go through just to be here within the space so that we can put together some healthy shit and share knowledge to uplift ourselves within our own experience. Look at what I have to go through. Account deleted, shadow ban, everything I post, limited reach. That alone tells you the nature of the society that you live in. They really go hard to keep people sick because that's how they keep people under control. That's how they keep people under their grasp, keep people low vibrational, keep them sick, keep them desperate, keep them in survival mode. And the fact that you get up every single day and you play right back into that game, that's crazy to me. So stop buying designer shit, expensive chains and bags, buy you some land. Okay, in a couple of years, I should be able to call you and be like, all right, I need 10 pound of tomatoes. I need 10 pound of onions. And you should be able to call me and be like, yo, I need coconuts. I need cucumbers. I need this. I need that. We should be able to, even to say, do transaction or even bartering so that we can ensure our vitality or even the next generation that comes from us. You see what I'm saying? But if you're still living in the very same system where you're eating poisonous food, which is keeping you sick, even in a couple of years when I'm out of the matrix completely, there's nobody for me to call. Nobody for me to call because none of y'all didn't move out of the system. You're still going to be in the system sick and complaining about the system, but you're not doing nothing to get out of it. You get what I'm saying? It's like it takes a community in that sense. But you guys don't value your human existence that much. I can tell. People do not value their human existence that much. And I think they have a saying that if you give the average person food, sex, and entertainment, they throw away their whole human existence and their life. This is what they say, the controllers in the matrix, this is their saying. If you give the average person food, sex, and entertainment, they throw away their whole entire life and purpose of life. They do not care about anything deeper than the surface level pleasures that they're getting. Now take a look around and tell me if you don't see that quality being expressed in most people. They do not care about the deeper mysteries of their existence as long as they can get up tomorrow and eat some more bacon, egg, and cheese and waffles and cereal and tune into whatever celebrity beef is going on, who's fucking who, you know, and make some money and have some sex. That's it. They don't care about nothing beyond that. And grabbing onto a fake religion. I need some of y'all to get it together, because otherwise my kids are not going to have nobody to play with. Because my kids are not going to be in the matrix on a tablet in the corner like how you are raising your kids. My kids will never be sent to no public school. What the hell would I send my kids to a public school for? Why would I do that? For them to be brainwashed? No, private school only. You get what I'm saying? I'm trying to grow intelligent children, intelligent people, not brainwashed puppets. So I need some of y'all to get it together. Get it together. So at least the generation that comes from me will have a generation that comes from you, which they're on a certain level of frequency. You see what I'm saying? We need to raise our frequency and raise our vibration. Tap into the deeper meaning behind your existence and your purpose. We're living a life where we're so disconnected from our purpose and ourselves. People don't even know why they exist. They're just here, going through the motions of life. They're not even questioning nothing. Not even questioning nothing. All right, so as you can see, I have the cilantro and the parsley. I have 2 bunch of parsley. Okay, 2 bunch of parsley. And I have like 5 or 6 bunch of the cilantro. And here I only picked up two bunch of the dandelion greens, because it's like they had plenty of dandelion greens, but I never really liked the quality that they had. So I kind of picked the best of what was available, and I'm like, all right, these will come on with me. So the dandelion greens now will purify and cleanse out your liver. Okay, one of the best herb for your liver is dandelion greens. Okay, and also if you can get your hands on a dandelion root as well, it's gonna work as well. But the greens is very, very good at cleansing the liver. Obviously, the dandelion leaf are a little bit bitter, but that's good. That's what the liver needs. Okay? So some people are not going to eat or consume the dandelion greens by itself, because they're like, oh, this is bitter. But what happens when you combine it with like the green apples, the cilantro, the cucumber? Basically it kind of decreases that strong taste to where you can palate it easy. You can just drink it. Okay? So yeah, so these are the dandelion greens, the best liver cleanse you will find. Okay, very potent and strong in chlorophyll. And so we're going to be juicing these as well. So let's get off any potential pesticide that may be on them. So we're going to let them soak in this solution for a couple of minutes. And then let's peel this pineapple. Let's see what this pineapple is hitting for. Let's see what the pineapple is hitting for. All right. Because I don't know if tomorrow, I don't know if it's going to be good tomorrow. So, and I kind of bought it based off how it smelled. It just smelled very, very good at the time. Look, super ripe. Look at that, YouTube, super ripe. Smells so strong too. Oh, it's good. But it was definitely going to spoil tomorrow though. For sure, it was going to spoil tomorrow. Okay. This knife is not long enough. So in Jamaica, what our grandparents do, they will take the skin of the pineapple. Now, obviously, I wouldn't do this with pineapple in America, even though I don't think America grows pineapple. It probably come from somewhere else. But in Jamaica, because our pineapple are like organic, because it grows in the backyard. My grandparents, they would take the skin of the pineapple, right, and they'll pile the skin of the pineapple in like a pot. Then they'll pour hot water on it and just let it kind of steep, basically, and strain it off and make pineapple juice. So they make pineapple juice from the skin. And let me tell you, Really, really good. Okay? Really, really good. Yeah, this was not gonna make it for the next day, really. It's so ripe to the point where it's getting ready to start to get bad. So it's a good thing I decided to actually feel it now. Literally. Literally. But yeah, we have to start moving closer towards our sovereignty. Now, let me put you guys on to something that you may not know about. So there's a book called The Fourth Industrial Revolution by Charles Schwab, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. The Fourth Industrial Revolution. So you see everything that's happening right now with the AI technology, you guys don't even realize that what's about to take place, what's about to happen. Okay? The level of control and surveillance is gonna be somewhat like a dystopian society, like what you saw in like some of them movies. Because technically they kind of show you what they're gonna do in the movies. That's their way of saying, yo, we told them or we showed them, you know, what we're gonna do. They didn't do anything about it. That's kind of like the concept of how these systems work or these corporations work. So so the fourth industrial revolution talks about how everything gonna be digitized. Obviously, you see with the whole digital money, digital wallet, digital passport, is getting to a certain level of control where you're not gonna have any freedom. You're not gonna have no privacy. Everything that you do, they're watching you, tracking you, just like how the cell phones right now. Okay? And a lot of you guys, you talk to Hey Siri, you talk to Hey Google, you talk to Alexa. So already they can already condition people into accepting certain encroachment upon their privacy already, right? Anyway, with the fourth industrial revolution, we see how everything changed over, like the monetary system changed over to completely digital. There's also another book that's called the AI Superpower. Okay, look it up. The AI Superpower. I mean, only if you're interested. Most people don't care about nothing aside from the next Tyler Perry movie coming out or what's coming out on Netflix or some kind of Cardi drama. That's what people care about. They don't really care about nothing else aside from that, right? Anyway, there's a book called AI Superpower. And it's so crazy because everything they talk about years ago, I'm talking about, I was made aware of this book at least 7 years ago. And now every single thing is just being unfolded. So the AI superpowers, it talks about the fact that even when you go to the court, when you go to court, you're no longer going to interact with a judge. The judge is going to be AI. It's going to be artificial intelligence there. Okay? AI is going to be the new God. So eventually even religion is going to be dissolved to where people now going to worship AI. And as you can tell, when you come on the internet, you can't even tell a real video from a fake video anymore. They released Sora. Once they release the Sora 2, it's difficult for you to tell if a video is a real or not. So at this point, you can't really trust anything on the internet. Let's just say what it is, okay? That's why right now the only way I would say for you to even trust anything you see on the internet, come and join me live, okay? But to how bad it's looking, it doesn't look good. A couple weeks ago, some of y'all sent me a video of where another company made an AI version of me. And it's crazy because I wanted to hit them with a lawsuit. But when I had my website developer trying to track the person down, the person hides all of their info and they're like autonomous. So they're like behind a website, but they're autonomous to where you can't find them at all. Because I was going to hit them with a hefty lawsuit for that, right? But that's a prime example of the society that they're creating right now. Just like how they put out drugs in the neighborhood, just like how they put out guns in the neighborhood and then everybody start killing each other and people start being drugged out. They always give people the tools which they know they're going to misuse these. And now a person can just take your photo and just make an AI version of you doing whatever they want. That's crazy. That type of shit should never be in people's hands on the internet. But all of this is part of a bigger plan in that sense, right? That's one aspect to it. That's one aspect to it, right? Because people, people can clone your voice. I think I heard something about scammers cloning people's voice and calling their parents, you know, pretending that, you're being held hostage for ransom and your parents need to send them $20,000 now before they kill you. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy. Now, the thing is, why did they deploy this on the internet and give everybody the ability to use this stuff? Now, keep in mind, here's what I want you to understand. Do you think that they just now came out with ChatGPT and all these AI technology to make videos? No, they've been had this technology years ago. This one thing people don't know. Some people is thinking that, oh, this is some kind of a new technology that they just discovered this. A lot of these technologies are ancient tech. These are ancient tech. They didn't just come up with this stuff. They've been had it, but they're hiding it, right? And they've been using it the whole time. Most of the movies that y'all been watching for the last 10, 15 years are also AI. They've been using AI, but now they just decided, okay, we're going to release this to the public. But keep in mind, whenever they release something to the public, they have a better version. They have a better version of it. So this is about to get very crazy and very scary. At this point, you cannot tell what's real anymore. You can't trust nothing on the internet. My advice to you, do not trust anything on the internet. Nothing at all. If you can't interact with a real life person, don't trust nothing you see on the internet. No video, no voice note, no nothing. Don't trust nothing, because now it has gotten to that point. Okay? It has gotten to that point. So I've also seen where a lot of people is going to ChatGPT to ask questions, and go meditate and ask your own consciousness. That's what I'm saying. Slowly, look how AI is becoming people's God. Same thing, listen, same thing the book talked about 7, 8 years ago. AI is going to be the new God. And I'm over here watching the whole shit unfold. I'm like, wow, this shit is serious. I see how people spend their time on ChatGPT. I know people that generate books. I know people that generate books. Go into AI, have AI generate a whole book on a subject or a topic, and then they're selling the book. And that's kind of crazy to me, because if I'm buying a book, I want the book to contain the substance of your consciousness. I want the book to contain the knowledge and the wisdom of what you know, your techniques, whatever skill you've acquired over time. That's the reason why I'm buying your book. But now people are just generating books and putting it online to sell it just for money. But unfortunately, this is what society has become. Okay, people are no longer using their imagination or their mind. They just prompt, prompt, prompt. And keep in mind that people are already dumb. People are already dumb. So imagine how dumbed down they're going to be now, because they're not even using their mind anymore. Now they have something else thinking for them. That's what ChatGPT is doing. It's thinking for you. It's doing the calculation, the processing, the evaluate. It's doing everything for you, and you just sit there waiting on the result to copy and paste. This is what society have become. People who have AI as their therapist. We know this. There's people who have AI as their therapist, because you can go into ChatGPT right now and just tell it to take on the character of your therapist, and it will. We see what happened couple months ago with some lady on TikTok that had a AI therapist that she listened to that tells her all kind of different stuff. So slowly you can see how AI is truly really becoming people's God. So in the next 10, 20 years, people is going to be worshiping AI, literally. Only what AI says is going to be true. This is where society is heading. Okay? Now, I know for sure that I don't want to live like that. Okay? I want to live in unison with nature, real water, real food, real intelligent people. Okay? So, once this kind of get to a certain point where I realize that, all right, it's time for me to take my leave. Okay? That's just going to be it. It's going to come a point where if you want to find me, you're going to have to come to Jamaica, come into the hills, or come find me in Costa Rica or something. Already you can tell, they already begin start banning me already. And that's what they did to me on TikTok. They kind of use AI to monitor my page and the words that I'm saying. The moment I mention certain kind of keywords, I see something pop up on the screen. Your video is being flagged for misinformation. Like literally, that's what they did. On all these platforms, they put AI to monitor me literally. So once I start using certain keywords, it triggers certain keywords and they start to flag me immediately. And then I get banned for a week, can't go live for a week because apparently I'm spreading misinformation. They said they only agree on a sure set of facts. We know that when it comes to surveillance already, AI, so people are using electric cars. Now they can track your car. Now they can turn off your car. So basically what I'm saying is the system is moving into a next level of control. It wants full control over people. It wants control over what you watch, what you eat, what you think, what you do, literally. Now, we're going to get a little more deeper into this. Some people are going to be lost about what I'm about to say. Some people probably going to have some slight idea. Okay? But we're going to visit the realm of metaphysics. All right, so if any of y'all are familiar with Aleister Crowley, you will know that Aleister Crowley is the godfather of Hollywood, right? It's from his rituals and his teachings that Hollywood used these techniques to create what you have today as Hollywood. Okay? It's from Aleister Crowley teachings. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into Aleister Crowley. I'm going to let you do your own research. You're going to be like, what the fuck? Okay? Now, Aleister Crowley used to summon demons. Okay? He summoned entities, incantation circles. According to what's being said, he even sacrificed his own children according to what the information says. He sacrificed people to summon these entities, right? And he was in contact with an entity called AWAS. Look, you can look this up. I wouldn't say to go to Google for this, even though I feel like you'll still find some information on Google. But when you go to Google, use the search engine we call DuckGo. Because remember, Google is filtering away factual information so that you don't have access to it so that they can show you what they want you to believe. Dictatorship, is that the current word? Is that the word for that? This is how deep it has gotten. So when you go to Google, if you can type in DuckGo search engine and then you start to use that search engine to research what you're researching. Anyway, the demon or the entity, because one thing that people need to understand is this. Before we even go there, one thing that people need to understand is this. There are beings that live in all frequencies. Right now, you're in a physical body because your body is physical. You're on the physical plane, right? But you see within the frequencies of like your Wi-Fi, radio signals, infrared, there's beings that live in those frequencies. You can't see them, but they're alive. They just have a more, they have a lesser dense body, basically. They have a lesser dense body. So they exist, but you can't see them physically because they're made up of a different, lesser dense frequency of a body. That's one thing you need to understand. Right now, there are beings all around you, all different kind of creatures, entities. You just can't see them. They're not visible to the naked eye. That's why whenever people go to Brazil or they go to Ecuador or wherever, and they do ayahuasca or they take magic mushroom or they take some kind of a psychedelic and their third eye open up, they start seeing all type of shit around them that they couldn't see. They're like, you know? So first thing, I want you to understand that there's beings that live in all different frequencies. Not because you can't see them, mean they're not there. Just like how you can't see the Wi-Fi, but clearly you're connected to your Wi-Fi or your signal to be on this live right now. Okay? So anyway, Aleister Crowley was in contact with a demon or entity that's called AWAS. AWAS. Yeah, the name is actually spelled AIWAS. AWAS. This is documented. This is known. And so this entity, it doesn't possess, basically, every entity is kind of different. Okay? Some entity possess human body, but this entity specifically is more smaller. Basically, it doesn't like to possess a human body, or it's not capable of possessing a human body for a long time or whatever not. Okay? I don't know I don't know the details. Okay? So apparently this entity is not able to, or it doesn't like to possess human body, or it's not capable of doing so for a long time. So this entity wants to interface or interact with human beings, but through a different medium. Through a different medium. Okay, what am I talking about? What do you mean by through a different medium? Basically, it wants a different medium where it can interact with your consciousness or interact with you. I don't know if it's a different way to siphon energy or whatever not. I don't know the details. I'm only giving you what I've learned. Okay? So apparently, it's this very entity called AWAS that instructed them to basically create AI. Because remember, AWAS, AIAAS. It basically makes them create the AI and the virtual reality. And according to what's being said is that when people put on the virtual reality and they go into the metaverse, this entity now can integrate with people or their consciousness through that technology. So it's kind of like to say that AI technology, which we have right now, is literally being orchestrated by a whole entity, and its medium of communication or integration, which it wants to merge with people. You want to merge with people's consciousness, but to a different medium. Okay? This is some deep shit. All right? Now, if you go over into the Islamic teachings and the Muslims, the Muslim talk about jinn. They know so much about jinns. Okay? I'm not sure if Awas is a jinn, but it kind of makes sense that he might be a jinn. I think he's a jinn, right? Because in the Muslim teachings, they talk about the fact that jinns are able to travel through electronics or even talk to people on the phone to electronics. Okay, again, for certain people, you're hearing this shit is gonna sound ridiculous to you. It's gonna sound like some hocus pocus bullshit. Ain't no way. I get it. I get it. But such is information when it's foreign to your consciousness. My first time delving into this level of knowledge too, I was like, no way. But listen, after listening to the Muslims and the Quran, I'm like, yo, there's some deep level of knowledge out here that we don't know about. Okay? You can even go on YouTube right now and look at how the Muslims are exercising and taking jinns out of people's body. People who are possessed by jinns, the Muslim, they have something they call right cure. I can't pronounce it properly because I don't have the accent to pronounce it. But just like how you have the pastors who do exorcism, the Muslim have a way how they pull jinns out of people's body who possesses people. And on a few of those videos, they're talking about how the fact that the jinn will possess the person's body and get on WhatsApp and start texting other people. So these things are very well equipped when it comes to operating technology or even move to electronics. Again, I know this is gonna sound crazy to you, but I'm telling you, there's some shit going on out here, right? Some of y'all, you know what I'm talking about. If you're an adept at this kind of a wisdom or occultism, you know what I'm talking about already. Yes, Raikia. Yeah, Raikia. I can't pronounce it. Yes, Raikia. Right? The Muslims know how to perform Raikia to pull a jinn out of a person's body. And listen. When it comes to the Muslims, they have a whole different level of knowledge when it comes to spirituality and the different beings. Okay? I've listened to a lot of Muslims, their whole presentation, um, the Quran, right? It's a lot. It's a lot. Just know that it's a lot. So anyway, but what I'm saying though is this whole AI technology and surveillance and everything being AI is being orchestrated by an entity. It's not human beings who just get up and say, oh, we just want this AI. I understand that AI also helps to do things faster in terms of like you can just generate something. You can just have it do a task that would take you a couple of hours. You'll do it in a couple of minutes. But remember, control always introduced as convenience. We know this already. This is the nature of how the system works. They always introduce to you some means of control through the lens of or under the umbrella of convenience. Look at what this can do for you. But it's always like a double-edged sword. Now, here, okay, here's the next part of the conversation. It is says that this entity doesn't really care about adults. Apparently, it wants children. Just like how we can. All right, YouTube, my microphone died. Both the microphone died, so we're just gonna rock with the built-in microphone. Esoteric Anatomy book. Check the Discord. All right, so let's put the green juice together. Gonna be your natural chlorophyll. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna actually mix the apple with the greens, because it's like we talked about last time. When you're putting certain materials to the juicer, you want to make sure that you mix it with something else that's going to lubricate it. Okay, so this is going to be our heavy metal detoxifier. It's going to pull the heavy metals out of your body. Okay, now, why is chlorophyll the best thing to move heavy metals out of the body? Because chlorophyll binds to heavy metal, make them soluble, and pull them out of your cells and your tissues. Okay? Pull them out of your cells and your tissue. Also, IG, can you guys share the live for me, please? Remember, share the live for me. Because most of our followers, they don't know that we're live right now. Instagram is not allowing it. So you got to share the live. Because then tomorrow, people are going to be coming on live asking me about stuff that we did tonight. So, they need to be here. All right. There we go. All right. So we're going to load up the machine now. So this is the parsley, right? Parsley, very good heavy metal puller. Okay, very good heavy metal puller. Now, obviously, we know that cilantro is like the boss. Parsley is very, very good at pulling heavy metal. Also, parsley cleanses the nephron of the kidneys. I almost forgot to tell you all that. Okay, where's the kidney? Where is the kidney? Also, YouTube, if you guys can share the live as well, thank you. Because I'm new on YouTube, so most people don't know I'm on YouTube. Okay, so here's what. The parsley cleans out the nephrons of the kidneys. You see these nephrons, right? The parsley does a wondrous job at cleansing out the kidneys very, very well. Okay, so people who your kidneys are not filtering properly, parsley. Okay, make this juice. I'm telling you, make this juice with the parsley, with the cilantro. Okay, it's gonna do your body wonders. Because the chlorophyll, also the rich chlorophyll, when you put parsley and cilantro together, they become like a team. They work very well together at pulling those heavy metals right out. Okay, very, very good stuff. So we're going to drop in this parsley in there. All right. Now, as I said before, when you're doing the greens, try and mix the greens with something else that have water content, which adds to the lubrication to allow everything to go through smoothly. Sometimes if you just pack up the juicer with a lot of greens, right, it can basically like, you don't get much juice, or you can jam the juicer sometimes as well. You need some kind of water content to help it to go through very smoothly. All right. Yes. Is curly parsley okay? Yeah. Curly parsley is fine. Curly parsley is totally fine. Totally fine. Hold on. Let me see something here. Let me see something here. Okay.
Instagram claim I'm losing connection. So I'm gonna add the apple, and then we're gonna add more parsley on top. All right, thank you YouTube for sharing the live. Appreciate that. And IG as well. All right, so we'll add one apple in there, and then I'm gonna add in the remaining of the parsley. Look at the quality of this parsley. Look at that. There we go. This parsley is good. You know what? I could actually even make a salad. Yeah, this parsley is good. I want to make a salad, but the cucumber is not all that. Cucumber is not all that. I guess I'll make a salad tomorrow. I could make a salad with the parsley and the cilantro and the cucumber, and use the coconut milk as the dressing, and season it up. Could do something like that. And I have the last remaining of my batter to make the fritters. This is the last of it tonight. Like, this was so good to the point where I had to make it last. You know, a matter of fact, I might even make some more, 'cause I think I have some more pepper left. I could make some more fritters. You know what? After this, we're going to make some fritters. Yeah. We're going to make some fritters after this. We're going to make some more, because this is not going to last that long. So let's get the juice together, and then we're going to move on to the next thing. All right, share the live for me. Thank you. Look at that, coming along. All right, so we're going to load it up again. You can see everything tuning down. Yeah, and it is so interesting, because it's like the machine pulled in all of the apple and leave most of the parsley. Goes to show you that it really needs the lubrication. Okay, now I'm gonna add one bunch of the cilantro. Cilantro is so good. Cilantro is the heavy metal warrior. Okay, this is the heavy metal warrior. I'm gonna add one more apple. Now, what I like about this juicer, obviously, as you can tell, I don't have to cut stuff up very small. I can just large pieces. I can even put a whole apple in there if I want to. That's what I like about this juicer. Very big shoot. Someone said the parsley should be under the apple. It was. Remember? I had parsley. Then I put the apple on top. Then I put more parsley. And I put more apple on top again. So the parsley was under the apple. However, though, as the juicer spin around, I guess the apple kind of, since it's more heavier, it kind of like finds its way down at the side. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. All right, so it's basically doing its thing. Why do apples go under the parsley? Because of the weight. Generally because it's like the heavier weight is gonna push the lighter things down, basically. Okay, the lighter material doesn't have much mass, so it's gonna stay floating on the top. You see? So when you put the heavier stuff on top, it pushes the lighter things down, basically. I have the Nama Vitamix and the Breville. What a beautiful combination. What a beautiful combination. Save the live before 1:30. All right. Got it. All right, so we can actually load up again. Most of everything is down. I'm glad that the parsley went already. So we're going to add another bunch of cilantro. If you notice, I get a lot of cilantro because cilantro is the key player. Okay, cilantro is the key player here. And I also love cilantro. Like, I love cilantro real bad. Okay, me and cilantro go together real bad. Like, I will eat a whole thing of cilantro and cucumbers with sea salt and cayenne pepper. Like, that's how much I like cilantro. I'm not eating no salad without cilantro in it. All right, let's see if we can rock everything up before 2 o'clock. I actually just remembered I have something to do too. Let's see if we can rock everything up before 2 o'clock. So we're not going to be here all the way till morning tonight. Let's get the juice done. And get the fritters done. Okay, so a goddess from YouTube is asking about fibroids. So if you're dealing with fibroids, obviously we have a hormonal imbalance. We also have parasites. Because remember, when we take a fibroid and put it under a microscope, we find parasites and parasite eggs. Okay? So parasites are definitely involved when it comes to fibroids and also having your hormones imbalance. So I recommend a full diet change. I recommend utilizing the Pardiarco, the red clover, right? Pardiarco, red clover, and red raspberry. Those are good for shrinking those fibroids. Specifically, Pardiarco is the one that you need. Okay? You're going to have to do a diet change. I recommend doing a colon cleanse, a parasite cleanse, a lymphatic cleanse, a blood cleanse, kidney, and liver. Do a whole full body cleanse and change your diet. That's how you're going to get rid of fibroids. A couple years ago, I had a goddess that went through the cleanse and she went through the fasting process. And she went to basically use the bathroom and a big ass fibroid just comes right out. It just detached from the wall of the uterus and come right out in the toilet. It's just because I lost the picture. But she went through the whole entire cleansing process and fast. And then fibroids came right out. That Pardiarco, though, is going to be your friend. Okay, that Pardiarco is going to be your friend. But what you can do, you can book a consultation with me and I can create a protocol for you tailored to your circumstance and assist you throughout your journey. But it's definitely a journey. You have to stop eating all animal products, all dairy products, processed sugar, anything of that sort. So you're changing your life for a whole entire year to allow your body to heal. And so the walls of your uterus can restore back to normal. Right? Full body cleansing. Okay, so this is almost full. So let us load it up again. I'm gonna have to get a container. Get a container that can actually hold all this juice. So I'm gonna see if I can finish this juice before 2 o'clock. And fry our fritters before 2 o'clock. Also, because I'm not sure if it's a full moon right now, but I know that we're at least close to a full moon. So, no processed sugar. Okay, all the processed sugar lovers, no processed sugar. Okay, not right now, not tonight, not tomorrow. We're going to drop the processed sugar. For those of you who are joining me on the fast in 2 days, be ready. Okay, be ready. This is serious. Be ready. Okay, let me get a container for this juice. You know what? We're just going to put it in a jug for now. I have glass bottles, but I'm not sure if everything's going to hold in a glass bottle. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Let's see. Look how green that is. Do you see that rich chlorophyll? Hold up. Do you see that rich chlorophyll? Look at the richness. Look at the richness. Look at that. You see, I see you guys online buying fake chlorophyll, talking about chlorophyll drops. Like, what are you doing? What is wrong with y'all? I see y'all on the internet with this fake ass chlorophyll in a bottle, dropping a few drops in the water, talking about chlorophyll. That's not no chlorophyll. Okay? You're drinking synthetics. You're drinking synthetics. That's not no chlorophyll. Real chlorophyll comes directly from the plant. Okay? And you drink it. You shouldn't have it for more than 2 days, really. 3 days max. That's real chlorophyll. You want to pull that green pigment directly out of the plant, put it in the body so it can oxygenate your body and pull those heavy metals out. How you gonna go to a store to buy some shit in a bottle with preservative, talking about you dropping a few drops in your water as chlorophyll? What is wrong with y'all? You see, you guys have been taken so far away from nature to the point where people lack common sense. People have no sense and no mind of their own. If you want chlorophyll, buy a juicer. Get the greens, extract it from the plant and drink it. That is how it works. You don't go to a store and buy something sitting on a shelf for months with chemicals and preservative saying that that's chlorophyll. You're drinking chemicals. That's not real chlorophyll. Stop it. Okay? Stop it. All right. So here's what we're going to do now. Okay? Now we're going to add in the great dandelion greens. Okay, now we're going to spice it up. Okay? We're going to add in the great dandelion greens. Now, dandelion greens, the stems are very strong. So, it's always a little fight with the dandelion greens. Okay? Dandelion greens be putting up a resistance. Let us see. Yeah, but look at the richness. Look at that. Like, do you see how it holds on to the side of the bottle? Do you see that? This is pure, strong, potent chlorophyll. Okay? When you consume this, heavy metals has to come out. Heavy metals have to come out. It's not a if, maybe, tomorrow, next week. When you consume it at this strength and this potency, heavy metals has to come out. Has to. Alright, so as I expect from the dandelion greens, there we go. There we go. You hear that movement in the juicer? Mm-hmm. Listen, I really, really like this juicer. I don't even see myself getting another juicer. Um, the cannoli, I might try the cannoli only because it's the same technology and it's like 180 bucks. And technically it's the same thing. I might try it just to have one and bring it to Jamaica or something, but this, I had this juicer for probably like what? A couple of years now. And Nama actually wanted to like sponsor me, whatever, but you know, they sent me the whole link to sign up. And I got so busy that I just didn't finish signing up everything to get the discount link or the discount code. But yeah, this juicer is the one for me. Alright, so the dandelion greens went through. Looking good. So I have one more batch of dandelion greens. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add it in. And then I'm gonna add some apples as lubrication. Oh, very good. Very good. Now, this is what I like to see. You know what? Hold on. Let me add one apple before, one apple afterwards. Now, these apples are okay. They're cute or whatever. I kind of bought the whole bag because it was like cheap. They had like a whole bag of apple. There was like, oh, New York. I'm like, you know, they are though. They are. I wouldn't say that they're like the sweetest, crispiest apple, but given the fact that I'm juicing them, it's not that much of a big deal. All right, so one apple before, we're going to do one apple on top, give it the proper lubrication to go through the machine. Then lastly, we're going to have one more bunch of the cilantro, and that should conclude our rich potent chlorophyll juice for tonight. Now, I've been making this juice with different things. Last time we did it with celery, right? I've given you all the versions of chlorophyll. So at this point, you don't really have any excuse as to why you're not healthy, except you just don't love yourself enough. Like, I give you all the formulas of everything. I show you how to do it step by step. So at this point, if you're still unhealthy, you just don't love yourself enough. You just don't give a shit about nothing. Okay? I gave you everything that you need. I didn't ask you for no money. I didn't ask you to pay for nothing. Literally. Right? Everything for free. Literally. All you got to do is put the work in and help yourself. So at this point, yeah, if you're still unhealthy, you just don't love yourself enough at all. Okay, it's time for me to save the live. Okay, got it. All right, tribe. So Instagram, I'm gonna end the live and I'm gonna save the live and come live again because Instagram have a duration. If you go over the time, they cut off the whole live and everything is gone. Okay? So all right, got it. All right, so see you guys in 1 minute. All right, YouTube. So this is what we have to do on Instagram. We have to kind of end the live to save it and start again. Otherwise, Instagram cut off the whole thing and it just vanishes. They don't give you the option to save it. Okay. What what vitamins to take during a fast? You don't need vitamins during a fast, love. You don't need vitamins during a fast. However, if you do feel depleted, right, then you can do a little bit of sea moss. But remember, if you're on the fast, just drink the green juice. The green juice is gonna keep you energetic with the phytonutrients that you need. But you don't need to take vitamins during the fast. Okay, good. There we go. All right. Okay. All right, so we have a couple more apples. These are going to be the last apples that goes into everything. Definitely. Hey, you want to know something? The baking soda and the vinegar and the key lime, it cleans my sink so well. I'm talking about the solution that we just made to clean the vegetables. It cleaned my sink so well to the point where the stainless steel is like glistening. Look at my sink is brand new. That's how good of a solution it is when it comes to cleaning our greens. Okay, that's how good it is. All right, so we get in there. We get in there. Also, share the live for me. Since we're live again on a new live, share the live for me. YouTube, can you guys share the live for me as well? Thank you. This juicer is so good. Like, I don't even see myself needing to buy another juicer, really. That's how good this juicer is. All right, so I'm down to the last batch. For anybody who just now coming in on Instagram, I would love for you to share the live for me due to me being shadow banned. So what it is, because I'm shadow banned, when I'm live, my followers don't get to see that I'm live. Okay, only a few people gets to see it. Everybody don't get to see that I'm live, right? So if you share it, then they get to see it. Same thing when it comes to my post. If I post a reel the reach, basically the reach is limited. They kind of limit my reach. That's why you don't see me on the explore page anymore. Remember, I used to be on the explore page every day, but they removed that. So you kind of have to share the content in order for people to get it, but it's not gonna go out there on the algorithm because they banned me from that. Okay, so I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so this is the last batch of what we got here for the green juice. We're gonna let that do its thing. And so far, this is what we got. Super green. Look at that. Now imagine if you're fasting on this. Okay, I just want you to imagine that you go 3 days. Imagine you go 3 days and you don't eat nothing at all, but just drink this green juice throughout the day. Right? You drink 16 ounce in the morning, 16 ounce midday, and let's just say you drink 8 ounces before you go to bed, and you're not eating nothing at all. What do you think is going to happen? Your body's going to start to heal so fast because now you're getting the direct substance directly from God into your body, and there's nothing else. So I go on? Yeah. You're going to purge. Yes, you're going to purge. It's going to clean your blood. It's going to deodorize you. Also, here's what. Chlorophyll is like a natural deodorant. So you see, if you start drinking natural chlorophyll, you're gonna find that your armpits doesn't even have any strong smell to where you have to put all of that aluminum deodorant in your armpit, because chlorophyll deodorizes. It cleans the blood. It builds up your iron levels. Are you anemic? Okay, I have a book specifically on chlorophyll, and that's how I end up learning so much about chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is a beast. Okay, hold on. We're not doing this. Okay, so the only thing though is when you're doing like long leafy greens, sometimes it tends to wrap around the blade, because remember, we have a blade in the first compartment that also cut up your veggies for you. Okay, and this is why the technology is also so good, because you don't really have to spend the time to cut up your vegetables super small, because we have a blade that also does it for you as well. You see? But when you're doing long leafy greens like these, because they're long, they tend to twist up around the blade. So every now and then I have to like open it and just pull them away from around the blade and keep running. It's also interesting just observing the whole entire process unfold. All right. This is the only annoying part. Okay. It's actually very fascinating to watch, believe it or not. Very fascinating to watch. And I'm determined that every last piece of this is gonna get juice. Every last piece. So I don't know what it's doing right now. Trying to float around. Now every last piece is going down. Come on now, stop playing. Get it done. Very good. Little bit of it out. A little bit. Mm-hmm. There we go. There we go. Yo, this juicer is good. Okay, very good. Like it literally leaves nothing behind. Literally leave nothing behind. Look. Look how clean it is. Look inside. It left nothing behind. The whole entire thing is empty. Very good. Very, very good. Very good. Now the only part is I'm gonna have to bring this juicer compartment upstairs later on because the water in my shop is not on right now. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Just aside. This is the amount of pulp that we got out of it. Now we're gonna get into something else really, really quick. You already know how that goes. I gotta make my fritters. The last remaining of the batter that I have left. Okay. Okay, empty this out. Basically. Okay, just gotta go upstairs. Be washed. My counter cleaned up. All right. And here's the final product. Okay, here's the final product. Here's the final product. Natural chlorophyll. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. So let me ask you, what is your excuse now? I want to hear what your excuse is. I want to hear it. What's your excuse now as to why you're unhealthy when I've shown you all the steps? I've told you all the herbs you need, right? I told you where to even get the products if you don't got the herbs. And I teach you about the organs and how to cleanse them and how they work and how they correspond with each other. So I want to know, what's your excuse now to wake up being unhealthy? I'm very, very curious as to what else you're going to come up with. Very curious. What else are you going to come up with? All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. We are going. We are going with things. Okay. So I was gonna juice these, but we'll do this tomorrow. Really. We kind of have enough juice already. what I do want is a piece of coconut. All right, so here goes the green juice. Look at that. Now it's time for us to try it, right? It's time for us to try it, see how good it is. Okay, so the pulp, I put the pulp in the garbage because I don't have any use for the pulp right now. I don't have any use for the pulp right now. I don't really need it. So I put it in the trash. Okay, where is my cup, my testing cup? All right, we're gonna use this. We're gonna use this, see how. Okay. How much do you drink a day when fasting? I mean, generally you can drink as much as you like, really and truly. But I would say 16 ounce in the morning, 16 ounce in the evening. Sometimes I drink an extra 8-ounce cup if I'm feeling hungry. You don't want to suppress my hunger, but generally you don't really need much more than that. So let's find out how it tastes. Now remember, I didn't have any ginger. So what I normally do when I don't have ginger, I use cayenne. Because when you're drinking green juice, you tend to want to have it a little bit of heat to it. Okay? So I already know I'm gonna need my cayenne pepper. Where is it at? Where is the hottest cayenne pepper in the world? Okay, here we go. Cayenne. We're gonna need that. Okay? Now obviously you don't, I just like heat. I'm a fire sign. Okay? I'm an earth and fire sign mostly in my elementals. Look at that. Look at that. So let's see how it tastes. Now, but look at how green it is. Sensational. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. It is a little bit too sweet for me. Like that was because there was so much apples in that bag. It is a little bit too sweet for me. I don't like stuff being this sweet, but I know you guys, you love sugar, so you'd actually like it, but it's a little bit too sweet for me. Yeah, very sweet. Anyway, I'm gonna add some cayenne pepper in there. I would say less apples. I would put like less apples, like probably like take away like 4 or 5 apples out of it. So we're gonna add a little bit of cayenne pepper in there. And we're gonna shake it up. Okay, that's better. Very good. Really, really good. Really, really good. Cilantro rich, parsley rich, dandelion greens rich. Okay? And because I didn't have any ginger to give me that little bit of a spice, the cayenne pepper comes in perfectly. Okay? Someone asked about a promo code. That will be in the Discord. So tomorrow I'm gonna update the Discord with the fasting channel or the fasting room. We're gonna have a specific room for everybody who's fasting. You're gonna meet me in that room, basically. Okay, so everything, all the information that you need is gonna be in there. How long can you have this on the refrigerator for? I mean, technically you can have it for like a week, but I recommend drinking it in 2 days or 3 days max. Okay, so only make enough to where you're gonna drink it off in 2 days. Mm-hmm. Yep, the holiday vacation is done, and welcome back. Welcome back. Perfect. A matter of fact, I gotta have some more. So you see, this is how you heal your body. So now again, imagine you're drinking something like this. You're eating the proper foods, right? I'll put a little more cayenne in it, make it a little more spicy. You're eating the proper foods. You're moving your lymphatic system on the trampoline, right? You're getting in the sauna. What do you think is going to happen? And you're taking your herbs to cleanse. Your body has to heal. I don't know how you guys are not getting this out. It's not that difficult. The only difficult part about it is being consistent and going through the process. Because what? You have your daily life of things that you normally enjoy that are pulling on you. You want to go back to doing what you're used to doing. But if you can actually take the time and decide that, I'm going to dedicate 1 year. I'm not even saying that it's going to take you that long to heal. But I'm just saying, tell that to your mind. I'm going to take 1 year, and within this 1 year, I'm going to focus on my health. I'm going to do everything within my power and my ability to cultivate a healthier body. During this 1 year, you refuse to eat anything you know that is conscious and not good for you. You're telling me that you can't take 1 year? Right? You're telling me that you can't take 1 year to do that? Let me see something here. You see, you're telling me that you can't take 1 year and dedicate that 1 year towards your health? Is everything else in life so important that you can't take 1 year out of it just to focus on you? Because remember, your body is your vehicle, right? So if your body is not functioning, you can't even really do anything else that you're doing on a daily basis if you really truly really think about it. Can you now? Can you get up tomorrow and go to work if your body can't move, or if your body is sick, or if you feel weak? You can't go to no job. So your job is not more important than your body. Your car is not more important than your body. Without your body and your legs to press that gas and your eyes to look on the road, you can't even drive that car. You see what I'm saying? Nothing else in this physical reality is more important than your health. Because without your very own body, you cannot get to participate in anything else. You can't even participate in sex if your body's not working properly. Why do you think so many dudes are taking honey packs? Because their body's not working properly. They need some kind of a drug to alter the body's chemistry just for them to engage in sex. You see what I'm saying? So nothing else is more important than your body and your health. So if you can take 1 year dedicated to your health, then again, as I said, I just don't believe that you really love yourself that deeply. Yes, maybe you love yourself enough to where you will evade danger. Obviously, if there's a shooter in the mall, you're gonna get out of there. If there's a car running off the road about to hit you, you're gonna get out of there. Or if you're in some kind of environment which you deem that, hey, this is not safe for me, you're gonna get the fuck out of there. You see? But that's kind of like instinct in a sense. That's not really self-love. So it's like there's levels to this. So again, if the whole world and society is so important to where you can dedicate a year to your own health, you're just not that in love with yourself, really. You see what I'm saying? Because nothing else is more important than your own health. So I recommend for you to reevaluate your life, do some inner work, come to certain levels of realization, and see the importance of your health and why you need to cultivate a healthier body, mind, and spirit. Because I know that with a lot of people, I know we live in a society where it's kind of like you have to make money. The whole society moves and runs off money, and money equals power within the society. So I get it. I get it. Everybody's that go getter. You're hustling. You focus on this money. Y'all talk about it every day on social media. Let's get this money. Don't give a fuck about nothing but the money. Listen, I see y'all every day, and I understand. But this is what I want you to think about. Even if you get all the money and you don't have no health, you still can't really enjoy the money. You're going to need health to enjoy the money. That's what I'm saying. You're going to need health to enjoy the money. John D. Rockefeller, America's first billionaire, he had over 78 open heart surgery. So I just want you to think about America's first billionaire because he was the oil magnate. He's the very same guy who created the General Educational School Board in 1903 to brainwash you. He's the very same guy who created the WHO, the World Health Organization, and basically pay off Congress and whoever to rule out natural medicine to make it alternative and make allopathic be conventional because money means power. The more money you have in the physical reality means you have a lot of power. You see? That's why Bill Gates, who's not even a doctor, was able to come on television and tell you what to do, and y'all listen. He's not a doctor, but because he has so much money, right? He can take on whatever character or position he wants in society. So listen, I get it that maybe it's all about the money for you, but I just want you to keep in the back of your mind. Even if you do acquire all the money, you don't have no health. You can't get to enjoy that money. So it goes back that health is the true wealth. Once you're healthy with mind, body, and spirit, you'll be balanced. You'll be grounded. Okay? You'll be creative. Everything else comes after that. Do you remember in the Bible where it says, seek the kingdom of God and everything else will be added on to you? Do you remember that? In the Bible, it says, seek the kingdom of God and everything else will be added on to you. Now, how can we break this down? How can we make sense of this? Well, the Bible also says that the body is the temple of God, right? And the kingdom is within. So I'm saying, even staying on the surface level, even if we're just staying on the surface level, right? Even if we're just staying, hold on. So I'm saying, even if we're just staying on the surface level of what's being said, that seek the kingdom and everything else will be added on to you. And we know that the Bible says the body is the temple of God and the kingdom of God is within. It means that this very same temple here is important to your consciousness. You see what I'm saying? Or for you to get to a certain state or get closer to God, you would need the temple to be fortified and for the temple to be clean. Because the last time I checked, godliness is cleanliness, correct? So if you're walking around with a filthy temple, it's safe for me to assume that God is not even trying to reside there because that temple is filthy and dirty. And if godliness is cleanliness, again, it's not wrong for me to assume that much of the God force energy is not really within that temple. Obviously, we know that you wouldn't be alive if God wasn't within you. God is what's giving you life. But you're not accumulating or concentrating or harnessing more of the God force energy because your temple is filthy. And that's why whenever a person have a filthy temple, they tend to look old, they look stressed out, they look like they're dying, they look like they're 70 years old and they're only 35. Because there's not much life force in them. Remember, God equals life, right? So generally, the more life a person have within them is the more vibrant they are. When you can look at a person and see them looking glowing, naturally glowing, happy and joyful, that's life force energy. So you could say a person who's look radiant and full of life have more of the God force energy within them. And a person who's look like they're about to die tomorrow, they look sucked out, drained out, bags under their eyes, dark circle around their eyes. They just look like they've been through some shit, hanging on for dear life. That's a body that does not have much life force in it. So we can say much of God is not really residing there right now in terms of life force. So seek the kingdom first, and everything will be added on to you. You have to take care of the kingdom. If the temple of God is within and the body is the temple of God, come on now. I mean, you're telling me that you can't make sense of this basic connection. You can't see what I'm talking about here. Clean the temple. Listen, clean the temple. Your health is the foundation of your existence. Nothing is more important. Nothing is more important. So seek your health first. That's what I'm saying. Seek your health first. Everything else will come right after that. Because once you're healthy in mind, body, and spirit, you're also going to be creative. You're going to feel energetic. Anything that you set out there to do or to achieve, you can do it because you feel the energy within your body to get up and go do something. Do you know the amount of people that are ambitious or they had a lot of dreams to accomplish things, but when they wake up in the morning, they're so fatigued and tired, even after just sleeping all night, they still don't got the energy to do much. Maybe they're depressed or they adrenal fatigue, you know, sickle cell or anemia. They just don't have much energy, but they have a lot of goals and ambition, but can't find the energy to carry out those steps needed to basically get to that bridge. But notice a person who can get up and feel energetic can do a lot throughout the day and accomplish a lot because you have the energy behind it. I'm only trying to break this down for you to see what I'm saying here. Okay? Mind, body, and spirit, you need to be healthy within these three phases of your existence. Everything else will be added on to you from that. You can accomplish anything else after that once you have health in mind, body, and spirit. Why do you think in this system, in this matrix, they go so hard to keep people sick? It had to be something behind it. Obviously, the controllers know something that everybody else doesn't know. They've done many different kind of experiments to see how to alter consciousness and control people's behavior and all different sort of things. So you're telling me that they're just adding those additives and ingredients in your food for no reason? You're telling me that them approving food coloring, artificial flavor, adding processed sugar and preservative to so many different things is just by accident or whatever? They know exactly what they're doing. You're the one who takes everything for granted and because you're just a simpleton. And that's why you're being held down or chained down in such a lower state of consciousness where you can't ever come to your own realization of your own reality. Clean the temple. It's the temple of God. Your consciousness is the God force energy. You must clean the temple. So going into this new year, again, I don't celebrate fake new year, but at the same time, I respect everybody's religion in that sense. Because religion is based off belief. Okay? So for the people who believe that this is a new year, that's their religion. I'm not gonna fight you and tell you that it's March and go back and forth with you. At this point, I'm done fighting with people. If you just want to deny the truth and you want to live in your own delusion, God have given you your own power of free will so you can do so. So I respect everybody's religion. So if you claim that it's a new year for you and you feel that it is a new year, then by all means, it's a new year for you because you co-create your own reality by your belief and by the thoughts that you dwell in. I'm still going to try to show up for you to help you in any way that I can, to give you whatever information you need, whether you're in delusion or not. That's my job. I need to show up for you and help you in any way that I can. Okay? That's my job. That's why I came here. That's why I reincarnate here. I have no other purpose or interest in nothing else in this society or this reality. I'm already fulfilled. See, there's nothing that I'm looking for in this world and to simply carry out my purpose. So, although you believe that it's a new year, and we all know that that's fake, but that's okay. If it's real for you, it's real for you. What I would like for you to do, dedicate this year, or even 6 months out of this year. I don't want to ask for too much. Dedicate at least 6 months out of this year, and you say to yourself, I'm going to do everything within my power to nurture and fortify my temple, to clean it and nurture it and to strengthen it, and see how your mind works, see how your senses work. You're going to realize that you're unveiling a version of yourself that you had no idea even existed. I think I told y'all on the last couple of lives that even the version of myself right now, I didn't even knew that this version existed, and this is not even my final form. This is only the beginning. Wait until you see me after this fast. Okay, you're going to realize that even my mind works on a more expansive level. I go through many levels of transformation before I even got here. I go through transformation when nobody even knew what I was going through, when I'm just in the house. Nobody have seen me for a whole month. I'm just fasting. From shower to the bathroom, back to meditation, back to sleep, and going through different transformation, different states of awareness. I've went through many transformations to get to where I'm at today. And it's from me doing the inner work. It's from me doing the fasting, me doing the cleansing, me doing the meditation, me purifying my mind, body, and spirit, literally. Because I realize that this world, it aims to contaminate you and to taint your energy. We talked about this all the time. That's why so many of us have experienced the same trauma. How is it that we're all from different parts of the world, different bloodline, different genetics, different culture, but we all can come within the space and realize that we've all been subjected to the same level of trauma or pain. We experience the same thing regardless of where we were born. How is that? It goes to show you that there's a certain kind of energy or mindset or spirits, if you want to put it that way, that carries out the same kind of approach against people. They try to taint whatever is pure. You see? So they're going to try to taint your mind through what? Through negative influence, through trauma, through pain. They're going to taint your body through processing garbage foods, dead animals, all sort of stuff that they convince you that you need. And they're going to taint your spirit through false religion. Tell you to believe in God. You need to know God, not believe in God. You need to know God. You need to connect with the energy, not believe in it. You only believe in some shit that you don't know or never seen before, have no connection to it. But based off somebody giving you some information, you're like, okay, I'm going to believe this. You see what I'm saying? So I want you to see these games, these programs, but you're not going to be able to see it yet until you start to work upon your physical vessel, because you must start from the foundation of your existence. This is where you start, the physical body. Because out of the physical body and the mental body and the astral body, which one have taken the most damage? It is the physical body. The moment you came into the reality, what happened? Injections, jabs, baby formula. As a child, candy bars, processed sugar. They've been rolled that shit out on you. Okay, why do you think there's so much commercials of processed sugar for children? Oh, tricks are for kids. Honey Nut Cheerios, Frosted Flakes with a tiger. Why do you think that they aim these commercials at kids? It's to alter them while they're still vulnerable in a certain state. As I said on the last reel, sugar lights up the brain the same as cocaine. They use a substance that alters your brain chemistry, which is also very addicting. Because remember, when something is very addicting, you're going to want more. At this point, They put you in a certain state and then you basically finish yourself off. They don't need to come and force you to eat no more than keep flashing an image across your consciousness called a commercial, and then your parents keep going to the store to buy more of this poison to bring home to feed to you. You end up growing as a whole adult, and guess what happened? When you get into certain spaces and start to experience other drugs, you see, it's easier for it to latches on its grasp on your consciousness because what? Your parents been doing it to you, just a more softer version of drug. So a lot of y'all, you want to blame certain adults. Oh, he's a fiend, he's an addict. I see y'all do to celebrities all the time. Because y'all have video clips catching them snorting cocaine. You have to see how this stuff is embedded deeply within people's consciousness, within the lifestyle. The whole entire lifestyle is fake. All of this shit is fake. It's a construct. And that's why I stress the importance that you must do the inner work. Go figure out who you are. Figure out the purpose of your energetic signature. Go tune into your soul. Stop depending upon external information for validation of your reality. The people who are giving you that information is always going to twist it in their favor to have control and dominance over you. How many times do I gotta break this down in 2,000 different ways for you to get what's going on here? It's a reason why they're banning me off their platform and shadow banning me. Clearly, if I was on the internet engaging in the drama and the gossip and the low vibrational activity, I bet you would see me still on the explore page like everybody else. If I was on here doing lustful content and all that kind of stuff, you would have definitely saw me on the explore page. But notice, with the level of oppression and suppression, is because what? The information, the conversations that we're having. You see? We're having deeper levels of conversation which truly really start to go into the deeper mysteries behind our existence and waking up out of this false concept of a reality that we're living. And they don't want that. They don't want nobody coming together, supporting each other, assisting each other, loving each other. This society doesn't operate on those kind of a frequency. You see what I'm saying? But that also speaks volume. I want you to think about that. Also speaks volume. If they're going out of their way to prevent any instance or any sort of people coming together on a more positive vibration, it goes to show you that that's a threat to the system, which also shows you how much you need to really stop eating their food. And it's not as if I'm asking you to go eat something else from somewhere else. All I keep saying to you every time, go back to nature. You're going back to your very own source. I'm not asking you to go over there and get from the other laboratory or those other people or nothing. No. Go back to your source. I try to stress the importance of you also going back to utilizing your herbs to heal the body. You don't know a single person who have taken any pills of any sort and the disease is gone. It's not even possible. The only way you can heal your body is back to nature, because nature is the original designer. You get oxygen from nature right now. I don't know why this is so difficult for people to understand. Listen, I shouldn't have to be on here even telling people or trying to convince people to eat fruits and vegetables. That's ridiculous. That's how much of a downward spiral we've gone consciously. Most people consciousness is kind of like hovering in the underworld right now. Not even on the surface of the light. Most people consciousness is completely submerged almost in the netherworlds. They call this the underworld. When a person consciousness have stayed down into the root chakra to the point where it starts to go below the root chakra, you're not going down into the netherworlds or the underworld. I think they have a movie called The Underworld. You gotta rise, you gotta grow. You gotta get out of this shit. Start with you. You got a choice to make. You can get up tomorrow and decide that, okay, I'm going to dedicate 6 months or this whole entire year to my evolution, to my health, to strengthening my mind, meditate, fast, cleanse, nurture, read, stop coming on social media worrying about what celebrities are doing. They already sold their soul. Why are you following them around on the internet doing all this worshiping and praising them for what? They're fallen stars. What about your star? They're not special than you. You're gifted. You need to go tap into your own gift. And it's so crazy to me how some of y'all, you would not even support your friend's business. Like, I see this happen a lot. You won't even support your friend's business, but you on Instagram buying everything a celebrity posts. Well, listen, what's up with this idolizing and worshiping people? You're not even connected with the very God within you. That's the crazy part. You're not even in tune with your own soul, but you're out here worshiping fallen stars. Yo, listen, when I wake up daily and I come on the internet and I see all this kind of stuff, I'm like, damn, I really gotta, you know, sometimes people ask me, they're like, oh, you don't have no kids yet? And I'm like, I'm taking my time. Okay, I'm very intentional. I'm taking my time. First of all, I don't want a broken home. Secondly, right? I'm also very protective of my energy and my frequency as well. And I don't want no kids in the society. Okay, I have everything planned out. I already bought a whole bunch of land. Okay, right now I have 10-acre farmland. Okay, with all the foods on it. Basically, I don't plan to put my kids in public school. I have my own library. I also make sure that I study and I learn a lot so that I have some knowledge to teach my kids. Not just send them out into public schooling to let some stranger tell them a whole bunch of bullshit. And that stranger is also lost. You see, this whole shit is a paradox. This whole shit is a paradox. And for the people who still don't get it, let me kind of break it down more so that you can understand. Okay? Let me break it down so you can understand. It's called social hierarchy. Social hierarchy. So you see how you have the government, okay? Then you're gonna have the bankers above the government who run shit. Then above the bankers, you're gonna have the secret families. Above them, you have another set of secret families. That's how this works. It's a group of people who came together and they run and control this whole entire reality. It trickles down, basically. Okay? So a group of people basically came together and decided that, hey, we're going to control the whole entire world. Because remember, as a baby, when you're born and you came into the world, you're vulnerable. You don't know what the fuck is going on. You see what I'm saying? So whenever you come here, you have to depend upon the people who've been here already to tell you how to move, tell you what's going on, give you some knowledge about where you at, what's going on here. And so during that same state of you being vulnerable, depending upon the people that's already here to put you on, those people are also brainwashing program. And all the other people that was trying to wake people up from the programming got suppressed. Just like what I'm going through now. Just like some of the healers that I study their book. But if I go to Google and type their name in, Google tell me that these people are the worst people on earth. They're terrorists. They're spies. They share fake information. You see? So what society does, it tries to weed out the people who have common sense, who's going against the grain or going against the program. It try to weed those people out. And then keep all the people who are easily programmed and under their control. And those people now are going to have babies. And those babies are born under that very same control. Do you see what I'm saying here? This is how we end up here. This is exactly how we end up where we're at right now. Same shit. Notice, anybody who goes against the system in any way or form, they ban you, suppress you, try to shut you up, or get rid of you, basically. And then all the people who falls in line like a puppet, those are the people who stays in society and is able to have babies and children, and those kids come into the world not knowing the truth, subjected to the same lies that their parents are under, the same brainwashing and conditioning that the parents is under. Why do you think we have so much, oh, Christmas, that's a fake holiday, that's a ritual. Thanksgiving, that's a ritual. You have rituals after rituals after rituals, but notice that the kids, they're innocent. They don't even know what's going on. They truly really believe that, hey, this is good. Oh, Santa's bringing me a present. Thanksgiving, we're getting together as a family to eat food. The kids truly really believe this. They don't know that this is a ritual. Even the very parents, some of them don't even know. They really think that, yo, I'm doing something good for my kids. You see what I'm saying? We have to realize that this whole entire shit is blanketed with lies. So, do what you will with this information. Okay? All I'm saying is you need to start to work up on yourself. Okay? Work up on yourself. You got work to do. Or you can get up and keep living this illusion. Okay? Greetings, greetings, greetings. All right, so you know what? Let me fry my fritter. Let me fry my fritter. So let me fry my fritter. Hold up. I totally forgot. Totally forgot. And I actually also said that I was going to make some more. But it's crazy how we literally get up every single day and act like this shit is real. That's the crazy part for me. How you live in a society where you're not allowed to own anything. Think about it. You live in a society where you're not allowed to own nothing. Even when you buy some land, they're telling you that, hey, you got to pay us taxes on the land. But when did God leave the land to give these people ownership of the land? Why do you have to pay them taxes for land? For what? But notice how we came into the world when our parents been doing that shit. You see what I'm saying? The people before us been falling in line with some shit that doesn't even make sense, which means that now we're subjected to the same foolishness. How are you paying tax for land? Nobody owns land. It belongs to nature, it belongs to God. But notice everybody falls in line. Taxes for land. That's what I'm talking about. Shit like that. And then they get up every day and act like this shit is normal. It's slavery. It's literally slavery. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all, that, yo, y'all are enslaved. This is slavery. This is not real life, it's slavery. Y'all just can't see it. You just can't see it, but it's slavery. Just cannot see it, but it's slavery. Okay? So here's what's gonna happen. I don't have any more scallions. I don't got no more scallions. I only have 3 pieces of peppers. I ain't even got no more onion. But I'm gonna make this fritter anyway. So I'm gonna fry this fritter. I'm gonna make some fritter with the rest of this because I'm call it a day. It's gonna be pretty much my last meal anyway, because we're moving over into the fast. We're moving over into the fast. 104, probably too hot. See what this coconut tastes like. We're gonna see what this coconut tastes like. Alright, I'm gonna put this fritter to fry and make some more fritter with the remaining of this. I wonder if I can find, I probably could find a piece of onion upstairs. But do I want to run upstairs right now? Do I? I want to run upstairs right now. That's the thing. Or I could just eat it. But the thing is, I'm not gonna do anything with this. I might as well just use it and done. That's the thing. Somebody said fried food unhealthy though, not gonna lie. One buckle out. Damn. It kind of break in another direction. Somebody said fried food is healthy. What are you trying to prove? Are you trying to tell me what to eat? Must be new here. Just a couple of days ago, somebody came in on the Discord and we're posting about food that were cooked. And they were like, oh, you know you're not supposed to be eating cooked food. Gotta be new here. There's no knowledge about food that we don't already went over. Okay, this is a very advanced space that we're in. It's not the typical internet spaces where people just be on there for no reason. We've delved into heightened levels of information on just about everything. So we know exactly what we're doing. Coconut is good. What general mild drink, hot or cold, would you offer a guest at your home? Coconut water. Or grape juice or cantaloupe. Why you prepare more fritter veg when you are beginning a fast for the coming day? Are you going to store and leave into the fridge? No, because I have 3 peppers left, so I'm going to utilize them to make fritters because I'm going to eat them. Otherwise, I have no use for my peppers, you see? Somebody asked, what is in the afterlife? I'm not entirely sure. Can't answer that question. But, I mean, the afterlife is always life. Because death is an illusion. You see? So, think of it like this, right? You was not here in 1920s. You was not here in 1930. You just got here the other day. Clearly you wasn't dead. You moved from one space to the next space. You move from the non-physical to the physical. So, and life come from the non-physical and express into the physical. So, afterlife is still life. You get what I'm saying? Death is an illusion. Not because your physical body expires means that you're dead. You can die. Flesh dies, body dies. But you can die. Yeah, so in esoteric teachings, they do talk about reincarnation. Like there's a book by Paramahansa Yogananda which talks about reincarnation. Very, a man's eternal quest and reincarnation. Very, very interesting stuff. But at least you're asking some very good questions though, because most people they don't really question reality, like what happened after we die, where do we come from, what is the non-physical world, what is hell, what is heaven. I like people who ask deep questions like that. Okay, don't burn up on me. Don't burn up on me. What are you doing? What are we doing here? Don't you dare burn. Almost burn him up. Almost. So yeah, I like people who ask deep questions about our existence. And I feel like that's how we're going to end up delving into the deeper mysteries of who and what we are. But the average everyday person does not ask these questions at all. They don't care. They just hold on to a religion and say, yo, this is it. When I die, I'm going to heaven. That's how a typical brainwashed person thinks. And then you have people who's more scientific, who believes in some Big Bang theory. You get what I'm saying? There's different levels of programming and how people perceive reality. But I'm very interested, I'm very intrigued in the whole human experience. Okay? Very intrigued with the whole human experience. So, while some people are scared to die and all that kind of stuff, I don't have those kind of fears. Okay? I've experienced myself out of the physical body plenty of times. Not a big deal. Really not a big deal like that. None to be scared of. I understand that I'm infinite. Death is not real for me, so you can't scare me with that. And most people in reality, they're scared. They're scared of Satan, they're scared of the devil, all that kind of stuff. All right, so I'm gonna just cut up these peppers and make fritters out of them and call it a day. Somebody said the answers are in the Bible. Are they? Go ahead, write in the comment section and tell us the answers from the Bible. Because maybe you also perceive it in a different way, and that should be interesting. I like how people's mind works. I'm still working on meditating. What's the technique? So the technique in meditation is to turn your mind off. Try to stop your mind from thinking. Okay? Try to have no thoughts. This is called silencing the mind. It's also called going into the silence. Now, when you try to stop your mind from thinking, it's when you start to realize that, damn, this is hard. This is the hardest thing in the world. Although I'm trying to stop my mind from thinking, it's still thinking. Thoughts are still coming through. Thoughts are still being expressed. I'm not in control. And then you're going to try to hold your mind still for as long as you can without a thought entering. And that's where the battle begins. You're going to realize that you can hold your mind still for probably a minute or two before you start to drift. And now you find yourself thinking. Now it's time for you to reset. Reset, start over again. Blank your mind again. Blank out your mind again. And try not to think. And it's going to be a battle. But what you're going to realize is that the more you're there at it, you start realizing that, okay, you're getting better. Now you can hold your mind still for a longer period of time. At first, you couldn't do it for more than a minute. Now you can do it for 2 minutes. Then you can do it for 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Okay? Once you reach to a certain state where you can hold the mind still without no thoughts, now the subconscious mind opens up. Because remember, right now you're using the conscious mind. The conscious mind is like 10%. The subconscious mind is like 90%. Okay? So, something else also happened. Now, because you're holding your mind still, and your body is still, right? You're now disconnecting from your 5 senses. We call this the 5 sensory perception. Okay? So you're not looking at anything. You're not hearing anything. Okay? You're not really touching anything. You're still. The 5 senses are quiet. You're not using them no more. Okay? Because the 5 senses are for what? The 5 senses are for physicality. Those are for the physical world. So what happened when you're so still to the point where you're not using none of the 5 senses and then you turn the mind off from thinking? Now you're dead. Now you're physically dead. You see what's going on here? And because you're now disconnected from the 5 senses, now the 6th sense comes on. Okay? So now you disconnect from the 5 sensory world of perception and the sixth sense is now activated. And the sixth sense doesn't perceive physicality, it perceives the non-physical, things of a higher dimensional plane of existence. Okay? And because you also stop the mind from thinking, the subconscious opens up. The subconscious is the spiritual, non-physical side. Okay? And sometimes you can see visions, you can see different things taking form, like right into the center of your forehead, in between what we call your third eye. You will see light. You will see light coming on. So at first it's like you're seeing darkness, but when you're there and you start to tap into the sixth sense, you start to see light. You start to see this white light pops up right in the center of your consciousness. Sometimes the white light can start to form into different things, like you're seeing different images, different places, different things. According to Paramahansa Yogananda, he's saying that, hold on. Whenever this thing goes below 10%, it start to act up. All right. Now, according to Paramahansa Yogananda, he said that you should try not to be distracted by all the different images that pops up in the center of your consciousness or your third eye. So I would say I'm still working on that, because sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm seeing something. I'll be trying to look. Okay, basically. But eventually, sometimes you get into a state of like just awareness. So like when I go into meditation and I get into that state, I'm greeted by like heavenly awareness. I call this space like I have access to infinite knowledge. See, that's why sometimes when I come into meditation and I'm live and a person's asking me stuff, I can go into high levels of information, because I literally get it from that space. I'm greeted with awareness and understanding. Sometimes when I'm going through a life and I have difficult decisions to make, or I'm not sure what to do about something or a decision to make, I go into meditation, and by the time I come out, I have the answer. It's hard for me to explain it to you unless you meditate yourself. It's just, you're tuning into your own soul. Your higher self knows everything. You have an inner guide. The problem, most people are not tapping into their own inner guide. They're looking for external guides and external shit on the internet and from other people and stuff. And also keep in mind that your DNA is also older than any book. So even sometimes when people want to talk about the Bible, oh, that's in the Bible, the answer's in the Bible. You know, as I said, I respect everybody's religion, but also keep in mind that your DNA is older than any book. Your DNA in your body right now is older than any Bible and any book that they came up with. So you have more information and a depth of knowledge coded inside of your very DNA that surpass what any book has. So I'm just trying to show you that a person going within to cultivate their inner world and tap into their own soul, you'll somewhat have more profound understanding and more credible knowledge or wisdom from that space. You're interdimensional. I get that society doesn't teach you to be aware of yourself in this way, but this is a fact. It's not an opinion, it's a fact. Not an opinion, it's a fact. Okay? Why do you think it's so difficult to snap people out of brainwashing, propaganda, of this false reality? So I think what it is because I think it's ultimately because their parents kind of submerge them into it at a very young age. But at the same time, I can't really use that as an excuse, because a lot of us was also subjected to the same influence, but obviously it did not stick. You know, or mind naturally repel that bullshit, or a spirit repel that bullshit. So I can't even use that as an excuse. It's like there's so much factor to it as to why people stay so brainwashed and can't snap out of it, because they keep getting put back to sleep. Sometimes some people is on the verge of awakening, and then you see them next week and they're put back to sleep again. It's like you're not even experiencing that same version of person that was so close to breaking out. They get put back to sleep, either by some substance, or some TV program, or some religious ideology, right? Or some, I don't know. But they get put back to sleep very frequently. Okay, like I literally have a cousin right now that I'm telling you that at one point he got to a verge of awakening, to the point where I had a conversation with him for a whole hour. I'm talking about some conscious shit. And I'm so surprised, because I'm like, yo, how is he even able to keep up with me on this level? Because everybody else give the fluoride stare in my family. But this one specific day, I had a conversation and he was keeping up with me. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, wow, this is incredible. Right? And we're talking about some shit. And the next couple of days, after smoking some weed, some dispenser weed, he's gone again. I never saw that version of him ever again. And it's been like 3-4 years now. He never resurfaced. Back to the sunken place. Okay? So yeah, there's a lot of different factors what keeps people in a certain state of consciousness where they can't wake up. They're in a state of comatose. It's crazy. It's a really crazy thing to experience. Damn, I don't got no garlic. You've seen that, right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a very crazy thing to experience. Okay, my coconut milk is still good. Okay, I'll make this quick. Sea salt, thyme. A little bit of oregano, not too much. What else we got? Garlic powder. Black pepper. Cayenne. Hottest cayenne pepper. Make it a little bit spicy. I want it a little bit hot. This one's gonna be hot. Onion powder. What else? What else? What else can we add in there? I think that's just about it. A little bit of ginger powder, probably. Okay, let's see how a little tiny bit of ginger powder works. We'll experiment. I don't want it to be too strong, just slight. Just slight. Okay. Now these ones are done. I kind of over fried these a little bit, but they look good. Okay. Mmm. Just made some rasta pasta with those peppers and coconut milk. For sure, that's really, really good. I made that before. So the recipe is in the Discord. All right. Um. Now we'll go add in the flour. That should be good. I'm gonna add a little tiny bit of baking soda. Oh, good thing. That would have been too much. I want to give it a slight raise, like a little bit, not too much. Just slight. All right, so now I'm gonna use a little bit of coconut milk. Remember the coconut milk we made? Now keep in mind, you don't have to use coconut milk. All right? You can just use natural water. I just use coconut milk because I got coconut milk and I had coconuts. Okay, but you don't really need coconut milk. Actually, I gotta leave some of this coconut milk for something else. I'm gonna drink later on. So a little bit of coconut milk. I can use water for the remaining, honestly. So I'm gonna use the water to finish it because I need this coconut milk for something else, so I can't use up all of it. Now we're trying to get the batter where it's like not too watery, also not too thick. This is important. Now the good part, if you put too much water in it, you can always add a little more flour to catch back your consistency. Now just looking at this right now, I can already tell that it needs more flour. You see, because here's what. If you don't have enough flour in it, the vegetables are not going to be held together. And if you add too much flour in it, it becomes more like a dumpling instead of a fritter. So you want to catch the consistency. Now, if you go on the Discord, there's a few people on the Discord that made it and it comes out perfect. I was like, okay, nice. Okay, so this, as you can see, it needs more flour. So we're going to add a little bit more flour to it, not too much. Okay, this is looking a little bit good so far. Let's see. Now, if you're gonna make this, just know that it would have to be now or later on today. But if you're gonna be fasting with me, you know that you can't be having this stuff, okay? So this is gonna be my last time eating for a while as well. Okay, so this consistency is not bad. I'm gonna test out this consistency. Okay, that consistency is pretty good. All right, so put my heat on. Now, when you're making it, you want to use Medium heat. Okay, your heat needs to be medium. Now, if your heat is too hot, what's gonna happen is both sides are going to be crispy, but then the inside is not going to be cooked at all. All right. Great rising, great rising. Okay, you on day 4 of fasting? Perfect. Perfect. So here's what. Join me on the fasting on the 5th to the 17th, right? That's gonna be 12 days of fasting. And so what? That's gonna be 21 days for you. 17 and 4, 21. Perfect. So join the Discord and join me on the fast. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be amazing. Mm-hmm. See that? Do you see how the ratio of vegetables and flour is perfect? Because otherwise it becomes too dumpling vibe. And if you don't have enough flour at the same time, the veggies fall apart and you don't have a fritter. So notice how it's the right amount of flour, which also holds the veggies together, and the ratio is good. So when you're eating vegetables, not like you're eating a whole bunch of flour at the same time. Yes, that is true. The Bible says, "Be still and know that I am God." Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so let me try the first one. Okay, so I think this should be fine. Yeah. I might kind of want to feel like I put too much flour in it, but let's see. Let's see. Perfect. Mm-hmm. Oh, good. Where can I find the Discord link? Um, Can somebody post a Discord link for me, please? Post a Discord link. Oh, that's it? Okay. Now, it's really, really good though. Like, oh, and remember, you need spelled flour. Not the regular flour. You need spelled flour. Okay? You need spelled flour. Okay, so this is how the new one comes out. I mean, look good so far. Mm-hmm. I tried making the fritters last night, and the inside was uncooked. So, Candice, because the heat was too high. So do medium heat or low heat. So these are vegetable fritters. My crystal is black tourmaline. It blocks radiation and it grounds the energy. It's a protective stone, basically. So shungite, black tourmaline, smoky quartz, these kind of crystals, or black obsidian, these kind of crystals block radiation EMF of your phone or your Wi-Fi, and it also serve as a protection because it absorbs negative energy because it's black. So consider a black crystal like a black hole in that sense. So notice that people, okay, do you notice that people don't really wear black clothes in the heat? Right? If we wear black, when it's hot, you're gonna burn up because black attracts heat, right? So we know that black attracts energy, like a black hole. It pulls things in. So a black crystals or black stone generally will disperse or absorb radiation in that sense. I'm just trying to explain it to you energetically or metaphysical way it can make sense. Mm-hmm. Are you using cast iron? What kind of oil are you using? So I have cast iron, but I'm not using cast iron right now. I'm using ceramic. Okay, so I got ceramic right now, and I'm using avocado oil. Are you 80% raw, 20% cooked? Not really. I wouldn't put it like that. Probably 90-10. Mostly raw, barely cooked. But I cook because I'm very good at cooking and I love to cook. But most of the time, fruits, vegetables, salads, juices. But every now and then I like to saute some chickpeas and some wild rice. See what I'm saying? Yeah. Someone says, what's your take on slavery or what is taught in school? Slavery is a choice. Okay? Slavery is a choice. Because technically nobody can enslave you unless you somewhat agree to it, or unless you're scared of death. For instance, a sovereign person or a spiritually strong person, you're gonna have to fight them to the death. They will never live in bondage. But we can see how this stuff worked, because during the pandemic, y'all took the jab. You see what I'm saying? Out of fear. So that was a choice. Yes, it's kind of like it was force or influence, or they had pressure on you, but you still made a choice when you could have said no. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it is a choice. I think Kanye West said that some years ago, and everybody was mad at him, but I understand what he meant. So yeah, when you don't choose sovereignty, then you choose bondage. Or you haven't had a meal in around a month. Well, you've been fasting. Can you add cilantro to the fritters? For sure. You can add cilantro and red onion if you want to. Yep, everything is a choice. Facts. All you gotta do is say no. If somebody's not comfortable with your no, let them fight you to the death. It's as simple as that. If I say no, it's no. After that, do whatever you gotta do. Simple as that. Listen, things will always be a choice once you have a decision. Everything is a choice. Nobody can force you to do something you don't want to do. Simply just don't do it and say no. If they want to fight you to the death, or they want to attempt to kill you, then that's just what it is. That's my take. That's how my spirit moves and my mind works. I'm not controllable. I'm a sovereign being. I live life according to my own way, and what's true to my soul. So you see, if I say no, it's no. Do what you're gonna do after that. You know. Listen, I know a lot of people don't want to hear this. They're emotional. But facts is facts. Okay, this is not the space where we tell you what you want to hear to make you feel good. This is where we tell you facts. If you can't handle it, if you don't like it, that's fine. So if you think about it, during the pandemic, when a lot of people didn't want to take that stuff, right? How did they convince people to take it? Well, you can't come back to work. And obviously, the fear of can't paying your mortgage or losing your apartment forced you to submit to something which offered you up as a sacrifice. Me personally, I would never take a job. I would much rather die than taking a job. Because that's still you dying spiritually. You get what I'm saying? You have to understand. When you go against your own soul and your moral code of what you know is true, and you go against that because of some external source or pressure, you betrayed your own soul. No is no. Let them do what they gotta do. God is your supply. You'll figure a way out, right? So that's my stance on that. All right, next subject. What kind of flour are you using? I'm using a spell flour. I'm using unbleached spell flour. Make sure that it's unbleached though. Make sure that it's unbleached. Okay, we don't want no bleached spell flour. We don't want no bleach out sugar. All that bleached out stuff is a no. Yes, everyone has daily choice in everything. That's a fact. A lot of people wanna latch on to the victim mentality. We have choices right throughout the day. You have choices. You can always say no. God gave you your own power or free will. You see what I'm saying? Remember, God giving you your own power or free will. Nobody can take that power or free will from you unless you hand it over to them. That's what voting is about. Okay? When you vote, I know a lot of y'all, you truly believe that your vote counts and that you're choosing a president. That's the illusion of choice. It's the electoral college who actually choose who the president is. By now, you guys should have known that. It's the electoral college that makes the decision. It's their vote that truly determines who the president is. Your vote does not count. It only means that you use your energetic signature to say, I want to be ruled over. You're saying that I'm so immature mentally and spiritually that I need a governing body to make decision over my life. Okay, that's what that means. Remember, everything is spiritual before it becomes physical. You guys still don't get that yet. You're still taking everything as physical. It's not physical. Okay, you give up your sovereignty. When you vote, you give up your sovereignty. You agree to be ruled over. That's why, listen, that's why you cannot be mad about what the government does because you voted. You basically give up your energetic signature for the government to make decision over your life and for your life. So how you gonna be mad that they pass some law that encroach on your privacy? You already gave that up. That encroach on your freedom. You already gave that up. Listen, I know a lot of y'all are delusional and you don't want to confront the truth of reality. That's okay. That's okay too. That's okay. That is okay. I, damn, I'm burning this. Let me ask you a question. Have any of you all ever looked up the national debt? How many of you all ever looked up the national debt and see the amount of money that America owes? Trillions of dollars. A lot of people don't even know about the national debt. How did America end up owing trillions of dollars? And to who? Y'all looked it up? Because what happened is this. They can borrow money with a promise that the American people is going to work and in taxes they're going to pay it back. That's what builds up the national debt. Okay, go look at it. Google it and look at the national debt. Trillions of dollars. And I'm pretty sure you don't know nothing about this money. You didn't borrow no money. but it was borrowed on your behalf. Because the system owns you. That's why you have a birth certificate. Okay? There's ownership to you. You're not free. So basically, the money that you pay in your taxes go to the king or the controllers of this reality. Remember, you're working for them. You're the slave. Oh, this is good. So this is the fritters that we just did. Mmm. I am what society deemed to be non-controllable, black Rasta woman that will challenge everything that deemed to be questioned. I say I'm an empress. Know thyself. Absolutely, goddess. Absolutely. How do you feel? Okay, how do you feel? Hold on, you won't get into this. How do you feel about psychedelics? Ayahuasca and the others. So psychedelics, the true definition of psychedelics is did I forget the name of it? Oh, entheogens. Okay. The proper definition of psychedelics is called entheogens, which means that it is a fuel for the consciousness. So the terminology psychedelics is more like a more like of a negative reference to it with that name, because it's saying that something is messing with your psyche, even though in a sense it's still kind of like altering your psyche in a sense. But bioentheogens is the proper definition for psychedelics, because psychedelics means something that twists your perception or alters your psyche. And in true reality, ayahuasca or psychedelics, they're not really twisting your perception really or altering your psyche. They're opening up to you the world that you don't normally see through the physical eyes. So it basically it force open your third eye for a certain period of time. Now, according to my elder, okay, I have an elder, he's a great teacher. So he says that the ayahuasca or DMT, he calls it the break glass plan. Okay, that's what he calls it, the break glass plan. So I remember in one of his videos, he said that basically he went to a Shakira concert. Because, whenever you take DMT, now DMT is basically the spirit molecule, right? So DMT is a spirit molecule, which means that you can extract the DMT out of the ayahuasca. I'm not sure if the capybara contains DMT too, but you can extract the DMT out of the ayahuasca. You can extract the DMT out of the acacia confucia bark, right? There's a few different plants that carries DMT, which you can extract it. And then some people just take the DMT like that, and boom, they're out of this world. So he calls it the break glass plan, because when you take the DMT, it opens up your third eye immediately. So he calls it the break glass plan. And later on in the conversation, he also says that you're not supposed to be using it all the time because you're entering your own kingdom from like the window or the back door in that sense. Like you're breaking in when you use that substance because the proper way is to enter into the kingdom through meditation. Right? We're gonna get to that. Well, let me start off with how he explained everything. So basically, the DMT from the ayahuasca, when it's extracted and you take it, I've never taken DMT before because I'm a person who meditate. I've done magic mushrooms over the years, but again, I'm aware that these are not something that you're supposed to be on all the time. I see people doing ceremony, not good. That's not good. Okay, now it becomes like a drug that you're using to escape reality, right? Anyway, according to my elder, he says that the DMT, he calls it the break glass plan. So think of it in the essence of like, whenever there's like an emergency, there's a fire somewhere, and somebody go break the glass to pull out the fire extinguisher. It's kind of from that reference. When he say the break glass plan, it's like, yo, I'm breaking this glass to take out this fire extinguisher because something extreme. I need this now. It's some emergency shit. So that's why he used the break glass terminology in this explanation. So he called the DMT the break glass plan. And what he normally does, he will travel with some DMT with him. And he will actually use it to open his third eye real quick to take a look. Because like right now, we're looking through the physical eyes. There's some people who can just look through their third eye. I can't do that yet. Okay? And then there's some people who use different substance to access it really quick. So he calls it the break glass plan. So he said that he went to a Shakira concert. Okay, this is what he says. He said he went to a Shakira concert and he took some DMT to open his third eye real quick to take a look to see what was going on. And he said that he saw the entities basically just come up out of her body. So I guess whenever she's on the stage dancing and doing all of that kind of stuff, there's an entity in her. Okay, because most of these people, they do all kind of initiations and different stuff. So he said he saw the entity come up out of her body as the crowd is getting riled up. And the entity just flies down into the crowd and usurps everybody's energy. And just eat it. Because remember, when you go to concerts, it's not just a concert. Okay? It's basically a whole ritual. But it comes off like, yo, we're just going there to have fun. I'm pretty sure you guys saw that whole, what was it? Astro World. You have this guy there, or Travis Scott. You all see what happened with the whole thing? You all saw what happened to people? Okay, so concerts are not just concerts. It's a ritual. Y'all are programmed to basically see it as always just concert. The Super Bowl is also a ritual. Okay? These are mass rituals. So he says that when he took the DMT and opened up his third eye to take a look real quick, he saw the entity comes up out of the lady when the crowd is peak. Because remember, obviously when the artist comes out on the stage and doing this song and they dance, it's like, it's cool. But after a while, people going to start to get riled up and people start to get excited. So the entity waits until the energy is potent and high. Then it just jumps out of her body and just swoop down into the crowd and eats up everybody's energy and the people don't even know. And basically you can see how their energy drops a little bit, like their voice and they scream, it just dropped a little bit because the entity just feed. So whenever you go into a concert, you have to realize that you're going there to feed entities. Okay? Because whoever is hosting the concert is involved in some deeper occult shit that you don't know about. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You're going there for entertainment. But you're just a participant in the ritual and your energy is just food. Okay? Your energy is just food. So that's called the break glass plan, basically. And so he would use the DMT to look at certain things and see what's going on really quick. Okay. However, though, he said that it's not something for people to be doing all the time, because generally you're entering or you're force opening your third eye using a substance, and it's not supposed to be something that you're doing all the time because that's not healthy for you. Basically, he said that you're supposed to go through the front door, which means through meditation, through proper breath work, and go through the process to gradually open up the third eye in his explanation. Right? Now, I have a book called The Wheels of Life. I have a book called The Wheels of Life that taught me a lot about the chakras. It's by Annie and Judith. The book is by Annie and Judith. It's called The Wheels of Life by Annie and Judith, if I'm pronouncing her name right. So she has some very in-depth knowledge about the chakra system, which I found to be so interesting. I'm like, wow, okay, this makes sense. So she says that whenever a person's chakra is open, don't think of it as like, oh, your chakra is just open. She's saying that there's layers to the opening of a chakra. And remember that your chakras are kind of like, they look like petals. They look just like flower petals. So I guess a person who can see aura, or a person who is very clairvoyant, they can look at you apparently and see your chakras. Okay? Listen, I would love to be able to do that, right? But apparently the people who can have that gift, they can look and see all your chakras, basically. So she says that the chakras are more like petals of a roses, because obviously you can tell that nature function in correspondence. Okay? Just like how every organ in your body, you can find that organ in the ocean as its own separate being. Did you know that? Every organ in your body exists in the ocean as its own separate being, which means that there is a creature in the sea that's shaped just like the heart, and it's its own being. The lungs, the intestines, like a heel. Every single organ within you exists as its own being in the ocean. So nature operates through correspondence in that sense. So just like how you can look at a sunflower look just like how your solar plexus chakra look. You see, or a blue lotus petal look like how your throat chakra looks. That's why you can know that certain herbs good for certain chakras or gland, right? Based off the correspondence. Anyway, what she says is this. When a person's chakra is open, don't think of it like, oh, it just opened. She's saying that it gradually opens. And so it opens one petal at a time. Okay? So like one petal, then it develop a next petal, then it develop a next petal. As the person gradually go throughout their growth process, the chakras like a flowers start to open up, and the petals start to open up, open up, open up, open up, open up, open up. So what my elder was saying is that you're supposed to go through the gradual process to somewhat open up your faculties or gain insight. You're not supposed to be trying to use a substance every single time to do it, because then it's like you're breaking in your own temple instead of going through the front door with the key. Okay, so think of it in a sense as you going home to your house, and instead of you going to the front door and using the key, you're breaking through the window like a robber in your own house. That's the kind of explanation that he gave me. I was like, oh, interesting. So when you come on the internet, you will see people doing magic mushroom ceremony, cacao ceremony, right? That's some dangerous shit. A lot of people who goes to these places, they never come back being themselves again, because you open up yourself around people that are altered, people who are cult members, people who have entity attached to them, feeding off of your energy. And once you go among strangers, opening yourself up, they're going to try to basically siphon your energy. Okay, they're going to try to destiny swap with you. They're going to try to steal your star, right? This is some real shit. I know for a lot of people, this may sound a little bit hocus pocus again. As I said, a lot of times we're going to tap into conversation that's gonna sound mad weird to you. You're gonna sound like, oh, that's some ridiculous shit. Ain't no way. But again, how much do you know about this reality for you to deny the possibility of anything? You don't know much of what's going on. There's a lot of shit that goes on that's out there that you're completely unaware of because you wasn't taught. It wasn't introduced to you as a concept, a theory, or nothing. Okay? So yeah, one should not do psychedelics or any kind of substance that alters their psyche among strangers, and it's best to do the meditation, do the fasting, the meditation, and gradually allow, you know, gradually go through the process and allow yourself to grow at your own rate. Yeah, there's people out there that are so eager for spiritual experiences and shit, and they get their energy siphoned. Now, have you guys ever watched anime and you see where in the anime you have some of the characters that tries to steal the power of another character, like it tries to absorb them, to take, to basically take their gift, take their energy. Okay, a prime example was in Dragon Ball Z. You had Majin Buu. Remember? Majin Buu could literally capture another character and absorb them and take their power. Okay, in Hunter x Hunter, you had a character called Crollo, right? And Crollo, Nen ability, he used a book where he could steal other people's Nen abilities. Okay? What I'm saying to you is, there is people that are out here that goes around siphoning energy and stealing people's energy and they give from them. The Africans call it destiny swapping or stealing your star. Okay? That's some real shit. Now, because you don't know about it, you never heard about it before, there's people out here that are some serious cult members that know some ritualistic shit, and they will try to steal your energy from you. Normally, they try to target people who are vulnerable, who are innocent, or people that has like a bright light about them. These are called energy vampires. They hunt down people who are special. Okay? For instance, let me kind of give you an idea what this looks like. Okay? For instance, you see how when it comes to astrology, you guys are taught the fake astrology, right? Which is tropical astrology, which is meant for farmers. But sidereal or occult astrology is what shows the exact placement where the sun was when you were born. So you're going to have a sun sign, a moon sign, and a rising sign. Notice how most people don't know nothing about that? Yet you find them on the internet claiming to be this zodiac sign and that they're the best. The other ones are no good and their zodiac sign is the best. Whole time, that's not even their zodiac sign. You see how that works? But remember, the occultists and the priests that have this knowledge, they know how to apply the real astrology, right? And they can find your natal chart. Okay, them having access to your birth certificate in the system, they can find your natal chart. Your natal chart shows everything about you. Okay, all your characteristics, your abilities, what you're naturally good at. Your natal chart shows everything. So here's what these occultists do, or these priests, right? They basically use astrology and they go through the records of the kids that are born in a hospital. And they read through those charts and find the kids that are very gifted or very talented. And then they go to those kids' parents and offer the parents a deal to put those kids on a TV show. That's what happened to Orlando Brown. All these other little TV star kids. How do you think they found them? How did you think they found Justin Bieber at such an early age? Wait, you thought that, oh, his mother just randomly went to an audition? No, they knew that he's talented. They knew that he's gifted. So they will basically come to you because they know that your child is special and offer you some kind of a deal to either make your kid into a movie star or something, right? And then that's how they get control over those kids, do whatever they want to do to them, then have them under a contract bound. You see how that works? Because that's energy siphoning, basically. You have to see there's different levels of energy siphoning. And now take a look at all those little young kids that was on a TV show. Take a look at them now. They're destroyed. They've been through things that they can't even tell you. Okay, let me tell you something. When you see Orlando Brown acting that way like he's stupid or something's wrong with him, that man is very smart and very intelligent. He's acting that way while he's telling you the truth at the same time. Okay, y'all call him crazy. He's not crazy. He just knows how to move in a sense where he can't say too much, or he's telling you, but he's telling you, make it like a joke. You see, listen, the people who understand. Like I understand what he's saying on his interviews. I know that he's not crazy, even though he's over there in the microphone, deep throating a microphone, and y'all laughing and giggling. Oh, this guy's crazy. He's not. I understand. Other people who knows. You understand what he's going through. You see what I'm saying? So this is how the system works. There's people out there that have a certain body of knowledge of how things work, and you guys have no clue about it. You have to protect your energy. So I have, okay, let me kind of put you onto something. I have a client, okay, this young lady, and she been buying herbs from me for years. She doing detox, whatever, but she used to work at a strip club, okay? And I remember she told me that a guy came there, right? Like a guy came, and he doesn't want to dance with nobody else but her. Now keep in mind, as I said, she been buying stuff from me for years. I can tell that she's special. It's just like some of y'all that's here with me. You know that you've been special all your life. It's like an unshakable knowing. You know deep within yourself that, yo, I'm different from everybody else. Your consciousness is different. Your energy is different. The way you look at life is different. When you're special, you know that you're special. Okay? A lot of y'all that's here with me right now, you wouldn't even be here if you know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all are special. You know that you've been special. You're different from everybody else. So this young lady is special. Okay? I know that she is. So she said that she's working at a strip club, right? And a guy came there, but he doesn't want to dance with nobody else at all but her. And he used to pay to basically get a lap dance in a private room. But what he will do, he will just be staring into her eyes, right? And she says that whenever he leaves, she feels so drained. She feels so tired. Literally like she have no energy at all, right? Now keep in mind, this was actually a warlock. This is what you call a warlock. An energy vampire, right? And every time he comes there, he doesn't talk to nobody, no nothing. He just comes. He only wants to basically her to basically give him a lap dance, and then he spend most of the time just staring dead into her eyes and draining her energy. Because he also could see that she's special. So just like how I can see that she's special, he can see that, and he comes there for her energy. He literally comes there directly just to pay to drain her of her life force energy. Basically. Okay? Shit like that. There's more to the story, but I'm not gonna go all the way into it. But I'm just trying to give you an insight for you to understand that there is people out there that are energy siphoners. Okay? I seen on the internet y'all complain about going to this guy's mansion in Hollywood and how he using baby oil on the floor to basically capture y'all, and how he's putting stuff in y'all drink and y'all wake up the next day with your ass bleeding out. I see all kind of stuff on the internet. But that's also energy siphoning too. You see what I'm saying? There's different levels of energy siphoning. But at the same time, why did you go there? What are you doing there? See what I'm saying? So these things are energy siphoning. So there we go. I'm done. Remember, everything is energy. Everything is energy. I learned this from the Africans. Okay. There is a YouTube channel on YouTube called Life is Spiritual by Erica. Look it up. Look up Life is Spiritual by Erica. Listen, that YouTube channel is very in-depth. Okay? Very in-depth. Life is spiritual. That's crazy. Okay? So the first time I came into the concept of like what a destiny swapping is, or stealing your star. Listen, the African people, they know a lot about this shit. The Nigerian people, they know a lot about this shit too. Okay? That, you know, they know a lot about this stuff. There's some crazy stuff that goes on out there that sounds like hocus pocus to people here, but you just don't know what's going on out there. So the Africans kind of put me on to what that is. I read their book. I have a couple books too. I listen to their videos, everything, because I'm like, what is this? Like, how is this even possible? And they explain about the rituals and different stuff they do to people. And the lady also tells you that there's a lot of young women. She says that she used to be a part of it. That's how I know it's actually fact, because the lady used to be a part of that whole dark side. Now, obviously, you know, I'm not religious in any sense, but I respect everybody's religion as well. And she says that when she used to be a part of the cult society, they used to send her out there to get young women, to befriend young women, to bring back these young girls so that these other guys or warlocks can have sex with them and steal their destiny or steal their energy. Because when you have sex with somebody, keep in mind that some of these people are not normal people. If you have sex with a person who do a lot of rituals behind the scenes in some deep occult shit, they will steal your energy from you, or whatever entity or demons they have attached to them is going to suck out your life force. So she says she used to be one of them women that they send out there to go befriend other women. So she would just go and befriend the pretty girls. Act like she just want to be their friend, support them, and then let's go hang out over here, let's go hang out over there, only to find out there's some guys over at the apartment waiting over there, right? This shit gets deep. Anyway, she explains something that I was like, wow, this is kind of making sense. She says that there's a lot of young women that you see out that's like nothing became of their life. Like, do you guys know any kind of a girl at all that used to be like ambitious, like, you know, that they were going to achieve great things in life, and then all of a sudden they just seem to have no drive to do anything anymore? Is that they have no potential, no more ambition? Something is missing. Okay? So what Erica says is that there's guys who goes around having sex with different women to steal their energy, to steal their power away from them, because it makes them richer. So there's guys out there that do rituals, right? And then find other women who has a bright light to have sex with them, to basically pull their prosperity and pull their energy from them so that they can profit in their business. So there's a lot of people you see are millionaires and billionaires, and you think that, oh, just a successful business. No, that's the energy of people that they've stolen. You see, that's why a woman needs to be careful. Don't just fuck anybody who has money talking about, oh, he's rich. Oh, he got the bag. You see, you're going to get yourself into some deep shit. They're going to extract your energy and your destiny from you and discard you and move on to the next person. So whole time it's like nothing in life is going good for you. Everything you try is just not working out. You don't realize that is your energy. Your energy have been tampered with. They took something. And keep in mind that once you open yourself up, it's like an agreement. It's not like they stole it from you in a sense. I mean, they did stole it from you, but there was an agreement. Once you have sex with somebody, you open up the doors. Remember, the devil cannot attack you unless you open up the doors. Just like the movie Sinners, that's what it was telling you. The devil will hunt you down for your gift. You see, you guys, listen, you guys watch the movie Sinners, but you don't get it. Preacher Boy had the ability through his music to basically connect different realms and dimensions and spaces. That was his gift, right? But notice the devil couldn't come in until you let the devil in. Once you let the devil in, you come into agreement with it. It can now cause havoc on your life. And remember, what does the Bible say? The devil only come to do what? Kill, steal, and destroy. Remember, the Bible says what? The devil only come to kill, steal, and destroy. Remember that. Okay? So not every time people want to be your friend and act, love bomb you. It's deeper than that. It's your energy that they want. They see something about you, your vibrancy, your glow, your idea, your joy. They want that energy. And some people are into some deep shit that you will never know about. And they will extract your energy from you. See? Or steal your light. That's why in animes, you see they show you the very same thing with one character trying to absorb or steal the power of another character. Or steal their abilities or steal their gift. The Africans call it stealing your star. Okay? And apparently, according to the Africans, they say that there are certain people who can steal a person's star and give it to another person. Destiny swapping. I don't know exactly how it works, but you see? And I think even on social media, there's people who try to mimic other people to try to wear your energy. That's another form of it. When somebody starts to mimic you, like you buy something, they try to buy the exact and wear the exact same thing that you wear, talk just like how you talk. They're trying to cloak in your energy. That's a form of way of energy siphoning as well. See, it's basically, it's very deep. It's like a big topic. So, yeah, I don't want to go too deep into it, but I just want to kind of give you some insight into things that are out there that you don't know about because it's not a part of your everyday life. It's not the topic of conversation in your everyday life. You see what I'm saying? But you need to learn to protect your energy, basically. Sex will open up the door to some shit. Okay? So make sure before you have sex with anybody, do a background check. If they're too eager to have sex, all right, that's one of the way how you can tell when somebody have something attached to them. When they're eager to have sex and you say no and they start to get agitated, or you say you're not ready yet and they start to get mad, yup, that's it right there. Okay? That's it right there. Stay far away from that. Yep. What's the best fast for type 1 diabetes? Water fasting. Absolutely. Palo Santos, white sage, and frankincense. Listen, frankincense. I love frankincense. Okay, frankincense vibe with my frequency. Really, really bad. Okay? Look, I even got frankincense in my pocket. Like, frankincense is it for me. I love the smell of it. It just vibe with my frequency. So facts. That's a fact. Now, for people who do not know what frankincense is, it's a tree resin. So there's certain trees. If you take your knife, right, and you basically make a cut into the tree like this, what's gonna happen is the tree is gonna try to heal itself. Just like whenever you get a cut and you're bleeding, right? Notice after the bleeding stops, you start to see like white blood cells start to coagulate the area like a scab. Okay, like a scab, and that's your skin healing itself. Now remember that the human body and trees have a symbiotic relationship. Technically, you're like a walking tree. If you look at your nervous system, you're a walking tree. So a tree does the same thing. So when you take your knife and you cut into a tree bark called the boswellia, the frankincense come from the boswellia tree. So when you cut the boswellia tree like this, the tree is gonna attempt to heal itself back, and so the tree is gonna create a gum. It's gonna use a gum resin, right? That comes to heal the wound. And then you go back and you use your knife and you take off that gum, and that becomes the frankincense. And so when you burn it, you have a great smell to it, but it's a high vibration. Okay? Remember, every substance has a vibration. So a high vibration will cancel out a lower vibration. I'm trying to break it down where you can understand how this kind of stuff works. A high vibration will cancel out a lower vibration. Okay? Obviously, you're going to have the myrrh. You're going to have the myrrh tree. We have the copal tree. Okay? Even in Jamaica, my grandfather make like bird traps by using the gum of a breadfruit tree. Like, we'll actually just cut the breadfruit tree and a thick gum comes up out of it. We'll cut the cedar tree and a yellow gum comes up out of it. So my grandfather would take the gum from the breadfruit tree and the cedar tree, put it together, put some kerosene oil on it, put it inside of like a mackerel tin or a small container and boil it, right? When he boils it, he basically take out the gum and kind of like a paste and put it on a piece of stick, okay? And it becomes so sticky, and then he take the stick and kind of like tie it inside of the tree, and any bird that comes and basically land on that piece of stick can't move, right? And then and basically the birds are gonna try to like flap their wing, but once their wing also touch the stick, their wing can't move, so they can't move at all. Okay, this is how indigenous people make bird traps. It's called gum stick. So they go around and they cut the milkwood tree. They cut the milkwood tree, which gives off a gummy kind of milk. They cut the breadfruit tree, which gives off the gum, and they cut the cedar tree, which gives off the gum, and take those gums and boil them with a little bit of kerosene oil, and then basically paint it on a piece of stick and tie it up inside of a tree. Okay, hold up. Whenever I hit 10%, this stuff be cutting out. So you basically paint the gum on sticks and just tie it up inside of multiple trees, and whatever bird come and land on that branch just cannot move. So that's how gums and resins, they come from trees. If anybody's wondering like, what is this frankincense or what is this more stuff, where does it come from? It come from trees. Okay, so the channel is called Life is Spiritual. Life is Spiritual. Type in Life is Spiritual by Erica. Just type in Life is Spiritual and Erica, and her channel is going to pop right up. Okay? There's a lot of videos, a lot to get into, but yeah, listen, you're going to see some shit. Okay? You're going to see some shit. You're going to hear some shit. Like, yeah. Do you need to post this live? What does that mean? So I don't have to post this live because I post the first section of the live. You don't want me to post it? Let me know why. It contains too much stuff in it. I don't really have to post this live, to be honest. I don't really have to post this live, really. Or we posted the other one before. Yes, Life is Spiritual by Erica. Okay. Honestly, I don't think I've maxed out on the 3 hours yet. So I think we should be fine. Because I'm about to go very soon too. So yeah. I have so much food. Look at this. Greetings within the YouTube space. Greetings. Okay, so if your nephrons and your kidneys are not functioning, then I want you to look into this herb called hydrangea. It's going to break up the calcification out of your kidneys so the kidneys can start to function. Remember, when your kidneys are not functioning, these nephrons is not filtering properly. So we need to give the kidney some help. Okay? Hydrangea root. Chanca pedra. Also, you can also do a ginger poultice and put it right at your back underneath your rib cage to help your kidneys. Anything for a fatty liver? Do a liver cleanse. No animal products. Join me on a 12-day fast. Alright, so here's what. The fasting coming up tomorrow. All the information is going to be on Discord within the next 2 hours. Okay? The room is going to be there. I'm going to list everything that you need, what you need to get. So check the Discord later on today. Everything's going to be there. So preparing for the fasting, generally, you want to have your juicer. That's pretty much all you need. It would be nice if you have some herbs, like parasite cleansing herb, colon cleansing herbs. But if not, we're going to use what? Tamarind. We can pick up some tamarind for the tamarind juice. We can pick up some prune juice. We can pick up some yellow dragon fruits. So, yeah. I got y'all though. So check the Discord later on today. And everything is going to be there listed out and everything that you need. And keep in mind, even if you can't do 12 days, we're going to do 6. So everybody don't got to really force themselves to go all the way there, especially if it's your first time. I would love for you to complete the 12 days, but if you feel like you can only do 6, that's still good. Okay? The whole point is that you start. Because after I do the 12-day fast, I'm going to do a 21-day fast. Okay? In fact, to be honest, I'm going to 40 days. But I'm coaching everybody right through with the 12 and the 21. And my 40 days is going to be me preparing for the real new year, which is March. You get what I'm saying? So I want to go into the real new year with everything in prime condition. Isn't tamarind super sweet? No, goddess. You have sweet tamarind and you have sour tamarind. When you're doing a parasite cleanse, generally you want to go for like 3 weeks. Take a break, get back on it again. Can we join you to do 40 days? If you can handle it, love, for sure. For sure, if you can handle it. Remember, Christ fasts for 40 days. I fast for 40 days multiple times. My longest fast was 76 days. I've also fasted for 60 days, 55 days, 60 days. And my longest was 76 days. Okay? So, yeah. But watch this. When I complete this 40 days of fast, you're going to be able to look at me and see the complete difference. I'm literally going to age backwards. Literally going to age backwards. You're going to see it. Every time I fast, I age backwards. It's kind of magical, to be honest. Mm-hmm. I want to do the fast, but I might lose a lot of weight. Well, no, we're doing juice fast, not dry fast. Now, here's the thing. Yes, when you fast, you will lose some weight, but remember, you have to respect the intelligence of your own body and that it knows exactly what it's doing. So whatever weight you lose during the fast is what the body doesn't really need. Remember, the body is going through a cleansing process where the body is removing unwanted substance and obstructions and pollutions. So you can't be worrying about being thick or having a fat ass or whatever not while you're doing a cleanse. Don't worry about that. You'll gain that back. It's within your genetics. You see? And not only that, once you're done, you're able to really build back even with muscles way better than before. But you have to allow your body to get rid of the accumulation of waste and not worry about being thick or aesthetically pleasing or fitting out into that jeans. You get what I'm saying? We have a time to cleanse, and we have to basically allow the body to go through its cleanse. You know, because there's some people out there that are like they're thick but they're sick. Okay. Also, if you're skinny, don't even worry about that either, because your body's not going to lose more than what it needs to lose during that cleansing process. Because if you're trying to build, okay, let's just say that you're trying to build a 3-story house. Are you going to build it on a faulty old foundation that's been there already? No, the old foundation cannot support that new building that's going up. You got to basically create a stronger foundation. Then you can go up to a couple stories well. You see? So it's like, okay, if you're trying to step into your healing journey, you want to actually do so on a strong foundation. So that's why the body got to break everything down to start over and re-strengthen everything, come all the way back up. The body's not going to be able to be healthy on top of a faulty foundation that's full of inflammation, acid, pus, accumulation of waste backed up for years. So you have to respect your own body and its innate intelligence of doing what it needs to do and staying out of the way. Don't worry about nothing else. Basically. I'm super skinny. I'm trying to add weight, not lose more weight, especially after a good workout. Have you completed the parasite cleanses? Complete full 3 to 4 cycles of parasite cleanses, right? Colon should be clean. Once everything is clean, you can start to eat to build back muscles again. You can start to use stuff like sea moss, hemp seed, sesame seed, obviously quinoa, wild rice, chickpeas, lentils, Brazil nuts, walnuts, you see, avocados, fonio. Building muscle and getting back weight is not hard at all. But make sure that you don't have no parasites or anything in the body that's feeding off of your nutrients first. It's not hard to gain weight at all. Because I used to be more bulkier, but just because I've been fasting and cleansing, you know, so but watch. After we're done this 40-day fast, you're gonna see how I put my weight back on really, really quick and start hitting the gym again. You see? Do you soak all the nuts before eating? So you should. Okay, you should, because when you soak the nuts, right, you basically release the phytic acids. But to be honest with you, like, sometimes I do kind of give into the lazy aspect and I just eat them the way they are, and they don't affect me negatively in nowhere at all. Walnuts, I just eat them, blend them, right? Pumpkin seed, I just eat them. But generally, what we're taught is good to soak them to release the phytic acid, so they can be digested easier. For some reason, my body does not care. It does not affect me no way. I just eat them the way they are, right? But of course, if you go according to the books and everything else, they're gonna tell you that soak it. So I don't know if my body is just different, but I just do whatever I want, and works out. Do you work out when you're fasting? No. Rebounder. Take long walks. I take long walks. Okay, you can do a few squats, you can do a few push-ups if you have the energy to do so. But while you're fasting, most of the time your body's trying to conserve energy. So you don't want to stress your body out by being in the gym while you're fasting. You're not going to have that kind of energy, or you're going to be depleted. So if you have the energy, then yes, you can work out if you want to. If you don't feel the energy, then chill and relax. Okay? Greetings, Rena, Wagwan. How's your detox going? Hit me up tomorrow. And give me an update on how everything is going. Okay, because I'm about to sign off soon too and go to sleep. I don't know who's calling me at this time in the morning though. What do you think about intermittent fasting? Okay, hold on. Out of topic. Nerves body hurt when I drink coffee. Interesting. Why is this happening? Because I have inflammation of the body. Goddess, potentially. Remember, you shouldn't be drinking coffee anyway. That's a high level of caffeine. It damages your adrenal glands, mess with your hormones. So you're not supposed to be drinking coffee. Here's what you need. You need an alkaline version of coffee, which you can get from our website. Okay, this is what you need. So it's like, if you're drinking something that's not good for your health, then hey, obviously you're going to experience some kind of a complication. So leave that alone. Okay? Somebody asked a question earlier. Are you taking clients? Yes. Okay, what do you think about intermittent fasting? Intermittent fasting is great. I do have a couple books by one of the greats. Where is it at? Let me see if I can find it for you. Okay, so intermittent fasting. So I have the mucusless diet, the first book I read years ago, coming into my fasting journey to heal myself from herniated disc. And intermittent fasting by Arnold Ehret. Okay, this book, powerful. Read this vital health message by Prof. Arnold Ehret to attain and maintain a lifetime of glorious health. Longevity is a natural desire of all mankind, especially if one is physically virile, mentally alert, and truly enjoying the full life. This book is the original authentic copyright edition of Ehret healing masterpiece, Rational Fasting. Okay? Prof. Arnold Ehret, one of the all-time great exponents of fasting, tells clearly in his inspiring book how to successfully conduct and complete the fast. It is utmost important to the faster to know how long the fast should be continued, and especially to know the correct manner of when and how to break the fast for the best result. In his amazing work, the reader will find the dynamic fasting details pioneered by Prof. Arnold Ehret, completely revealed by living in harmony with nature laws. Successful will crown your efforts, and unbelievable energy, strength, and joyful living will be your reward. Okay, your road to regeneration, the definite cure of chronic constipation, plus much more. For physical, mental, and spiritual rejuvenation. Rational fasting, as you guys know already, like these are my favorite, two of my favorite books. Okay, because when I was entering into my healing journey, 2013, okay, yeah, fasting was what did it for me. That's why I fasted so much. You know, I had to heal myself, but you can't be a healer unless you've healed yourself, you see? Because you have to have some kind of experience. Remember, the archetype of the healer is one who gets very ill, goes through the experience, find the gold within the experience and bring it back to their people, basically. All right? Also have a book here called The Terrain is Everything. Book is like $180 though, very expensive. The Terrain is Everything by Louis Pastor. No, I'm lying. Susan Stockton. Okay? Susan Stockton, The Terrain is Everything. So basically, it delves into the internal condition of your body, basically. Saying that, you know, you want to clean up the environment. It's the terrain. The terrain is everything. If the internal condition of your body is filthy, obviously that's going to set the stage for diseases to manifest and thrive. Very in-depth book, and she goes into a lot of different things. Love it. Parasites, the enemy within. Okay? Parasites, the enemy within. You know what? I'm actually thinking about probably do my parasite book in like 2 versions and do like a simple little handbook, because I feel like if I release my book and my book is like 1,000 pages, y'all are gonna run away from that. Like, that's too much information. So I'm thinking about doing like a 2 version. I might do like a small handbook for parasite cleansing, and then I do like a more massive book, because I have so much information on parasites and experience and different herbs. Listen, I have herbs that you guys know nothing about that kills parasite. So I'm thinking about making like the bigger edition for people who wants to study, and make a simpler edition for people who just wants to delve into it on some surface level. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. We also have here The Grape Cure by Joanna Brandt. We talk about when it comes to the big C or cancer. Okay, The Grape Cure. You'll see that seeded grapes have been used to heal every kind of the big C. Read the book, The Grape Cure by Joanna Brandt. If you don't want to buy it, you can join my Discord. Look inside of the bookshelf. You will see The Grape Cure in there. Okay, the Discord is free. The PDF books is free. I have hundreds of PDF books. I have 1,000 more PDF books to upload. Okay, so join the Discord and you find most of these books. The Mucusless Diet, I have it in there in PDF version. You can download it, open it on iBooks on your phone, or even better, I use one of my iPads. I use my iPad and I open it in iBooks, and perfect. I don't even need a physical book when I have a 11-inch iPad. And so here's what I do. Because when it comes to the blue light, probably hurt your eyes staring into the screen. I basically turn the light all the way down, or I put it in night mode. Put the tablet or the phone in night mode, and now you can read. It's not going to affect your eyes at all. So I rather the 11-inch iPad, because then I can read all of my PDF books perfectly. And it kind of work out better for me too, because I don't got to carry around my whole library with me. I can jump on a plane right now and go to Costa Rica with my iPad, and I have 6,000 books just sitting in my iBooks in PDF form, and I can just read. I can highlight. Works out better, way better if you ask me. So you can check these books out. You can check them out. All right, so the discount code will be in the fasting room of the Discord. What time is it? Okay, 4 o'clock. Time for me to go anyway. So at 7 o'clock, when you go on a Discord, you're gonna see the fasting room. Inside there gonna be the discount code for anything you need on the website. Gonna be the information, the steps, what you need. Everything's gonna be there. So join the Discord. Okay, so guys, I already have a cookbook that I'm working on already too, for sure. It's just that I'm kind of like more of a perfectionist in a sense where I feel like if I put a cookbook out there, it should be the only cookbook that you will ever need. Like, as you can tell, I'm a fiend for information. Okay, so I tend to want to stockpile a whole bunch of information so you don't have to look anywhere else. That's kind of like how I function. So that's what it is. But I have a couple books to be released. I'm just not ready yet. Can I drink sea moss while fasting? No, darling. In certain cases. If we're a couple of days into the fast and you feel weak, you gotta get some energy, then that's different. But still, that's what we have the green juice for. That's what we have the natural chlorophyll for, right? But fasting, no food, just juices and water. Okay? Just juices and water. Alright? Alright, tribe says 4 o'clock in the morning. Alright, I'm gonna go get some stuff done. I'm pretty sure my assistant is gonna be here pretty early to come ship out the remaining of the orders. Whatever you need, check the website. It should be there. Parasite cleanse, colon cleanse, lymphatic cleanse, blood cleanse, lymph and liver. Those are what you need. Make sure you have those in your medicinal cabinet. Be sure to get activated charcoal. That's what you need to start your healing journey. Go on Amazon, get a trampoline, get a sauna. But you know what? Never mind. I'm going to post the link to the sauna on the Discord and the link to a trampoline so make it easier for you. Okay? But you're going to need those. For instance, a lot of times when I'm done live, I go jump on my trampoline and go in my sauna for like 30 minutes, sweat, then I go to bed. Sleep so good too. All right? You have to keep up with your routine of how you maintain your body. Notice whenever your car need an oil change, you bring your car to get an oil change, car wash, right? To be tuned up. Realign the wheels, spark plugs. What happened to the real vehicle though? What happened to the real vehicle? You see, your priorities are fucked up basically. Okay? Get it together. Alright, Wholeness Love Vibration, thank you for joining me tonight within this space. I appreciate your existence, and I trust and hope that tonight was an interesting build, and there's some information that you can find valuable to utilize in your human experience to unveil that greater version of yourself. As I said before, we're all going through this human experience together, so it makes sense for us to be here to support each other, okay? To elevate each other, and just to harmonize and live in a state of harmony, love, and unity. I don't know what this whole thing about everybody tearing each other down, gossip and drama, this person versus the next person. Listen, I don't know what's up with that frequency, but I'm glad that we actually have a space here that we can come together and just vibrate on a whole nother type of a vibration. So again, thank you for being here. I appreciate your existence. I look forward to keep connecting. With you and keep building up on this energy. All right. So I have these. Obviously, I'm gonna enjoy these. Okay. Definitely gonna enjoy these. If you happen to make them, post a picture in the Discord. Let me see the consistency. Let me see what it's looking like. So you notice how these are like golden. Okay. Perfect. All right. Come feed. If you want some, have a come for. All right. So look up more, and I'll catch up with y'all later. All right. Big up on yourself. All right, YouTube. So for everybody on YouTube, here's what. For some reason, the comment section does not stay up when it comes to YouTube at all. I would have to come and touch the screen every time to see the comment, and in 1 second it vanishes again. So it's not. That's one of the reasons why you don't see me interacting or reading, because I can't see your comment. I don't know why YouTube does this. I don't know if because I'm using a tablet to go live. I don't know if it does the same thing on a computer, but yeah, it's kind of annoying where I just can't see the comment section. So if you've been asking questions and I don't answer your questions, understand that it's just that things are a little bit different on the YouTube live. But I trust and hope that maybe some of the questions that you had, you end up getting answers for it. If not, I would love for you to join my Discord. You can find my IG, alkaline_jungle on Instagram, and the Discord should be within the story, basically. And join the Discord. I'm gonna be hosting a 12-day fast. I'm actually going for 40 days, but I'm gonna help everybody else who is new to the fasting, or maybe even if you're not new to the fasting, I'll be journeying with you as we unveil a greater version of ourselves. Keep in mind, this society does not support people to be healthy at all, because it exploits sickness for profit. So it's your responsibility and your job to do whatever within your power to remain healthy. It's gonna take some effort, unfortunately. Notice it's easy to eat processed food and garbage food and bad food because it's everywhere. There's commercials on television telling you to eat this stuff. Come down here, buy this burger. Come here, buy this sandwich. Come here, drink this soda. Because they understand anything that comes across the human's eye leave an impression upon the subconscious mind. So as you can tell, society promotes disease foods and keeping people in a lower vibratory state of conditioning. So therefore, if you're looking to get healthier, to cultivate a healthy mind, body, and spirit, it's going to take some effort. It is going to take some effort. And keep in mind, nobody's coming to save you. So you have to save yourself. Okay, now I'm journeying with you throughout this life. That's what I'm here for. This is my gift. This is my anointing. This is what I was born for. So I'm trying to do this job to the best of my ability, harmonize, unite with you, and let us just grow gradually together throughout this human experience. So thank you for being here with me. I appreciate your existence, and I look to continue to connect with you. All right? Big up on yourself. If you need anything, you can definitely find it at our website, alkalinejungle.com. That is the website, alkalinejungle.com. That's the website. All right? The number to my shop is also 347-337-4067. Maybe you want to book a consultation with me. I can talk to you for 30 minutes. Come up with a protocol that's more tailored to your circumstance and assist you through whatever you're going through. But just understand that your body can heal from anything at all. You just need to give the body or provide the body the right condition to do so. Okay? So I trust and hope that tonight's session was valuable and you can find something beneficial within tonight's build to apply to your life to begin your healing journey or to unveil that greater version of yourself. All right? So big up on yourself, and I'll see y'all tomorrow or later on. All right? Yeah.